Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, creatures of the universe, agents of peace. We welcome you again to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for October 16th, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick, and many knowledge seekers and guests from around the world and perhaps even from around the universe. More and more things are happening in lengths. And of course, Mr. Keshe said so many things in this workshop. I'm going to try and cover some of the highlights, 50 or more points that he emphasized. But apparently this change started when man was actually created. So that's when the change has begun. And we're waiting billions of years, and as Mr. Keshe said, a few more weeks, a few more months won't make much of a difference. Everything will be put into its proper place at the proper time. But we can all see we're getting so much closer to the next level or the next step. This is our World Peace Treaty, obviously going to become a very popular document, even though it's popular now among many. There'll be billions and billions of people signing this document. And of course, this is in a way a prerequisite for the knowledge to be transferred to governments, to individuals, and it's all a process. I don't think anybody has achieved that point of being completely peaceful with themselves or the environment at this point, but we're learning more. But this is the document that's required, a very simple document to pledge yourself, your nation, your friends, relatives, family members to peace, whoever you'd like to stand in the balance for. But again, it's all about your own soul and understanding that, and not anybody else's, he indicated. So many places in this workshop, he said, we don't understand, but we're trying to understand, and our understanding has to be growing, I think. But anyway, the World Peace Treaty, would anyone like to read it? I'm sure we've all signed it. And as we say, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen in your soul, or when you go into space. Mr. Keshe said, I'm sure you'll never see anything written. So we have to be prepared before we go. This is one of the documents to start the beginning of this interaction, I think, with the universal community, as that is a peaceful realm, and anyone entering into that realm must also be peaceful, as I understand it. Otherwise, they have the capability of, I guess, dismissing you or putting you back where you came from until you learn more. So I'll just read it. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war, we, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we, all agree and swear with our or my, and you can delete as appropriate. Could be the nation, could be the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the body, and the soul. Simply put your name here, sign it, date it, position, and on behalf of, again, is this on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, religion, city, state, or individual? And have it witnessed by someone. Probably the witness will become more elevated as well, just witnessing this. Many things are going on in the energy fields we don't understand 100%, but it could plant a seed in that witness. And just have them put their name there, their signature, the date and position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And that ethos is just means a way, a collective way we're thinking. In other words, we're here to serve and not to be served. That's one of the points Mr. Keshe has emphasized about the creation. It's all about servitude. Nothing else, he said. And no matter which way you look at it, we'll cover that in a moment. But that's what it's all about. So, as he's indicated in the past, don't find something to serve you, find something you can serve. And apparently that is the ethos of those in the universal community. Even though we don't understand it, we've been brought up in a different understanding. We need to take and protect and all these things. But I guess the new ethos is giving and sharing. And that's what we're learning to do in these classes, in these meetings. We're sharing the knowledge, we're sharing testimonies, and we're sharing our creations as well. Different things that go on with the plasma technology in agriculture, in energy, space travel, and of course, health. We're on the Keshe Foundation store. This is where you can book your flight simulation. There's a number of different choices here. An all-purpose plasma flight satellite, where you would go into LINS. An all-purpose plasma flight simulation experience. An all-purpose plasma simulation mobile experience, where you're not actually brought into LINS, I don't think, but you possibly could be, as we saw in Rick's test. An all-purpose plasma flight transmutation experience. I don't think we've quite gotten there, but it looks like everything is ready to go. There also, you can book and participate in the plasma flight test to the moon, or if your pockets are deep enough, you can donate and participate in plasma flight tests to Mars. And wow, what we've seen this week, we've actually seen knowledge seekers who've seen the soul leaving, also seen the soul of physicality leaving. So there are just so many things, but this is where you'd actually sign up for it. And there is a fee for all of these. And of course, Mr. Keshe said, if we give it away for free, people don't appreciate it for some reason. I don't understand that completely, but he said we have a reason for it. And I guess that'll all be explained later. So we'd encourage you all, especially the satellites, I think, and the mobile. Not everyone can make it to LINS, so this is the all-purpose plasma flight satellite, where you become an extension, in a way, of what's happening in the LINS Center, to perhaps even feed others, elevate others. I don't know all the ramifications, but again, this technology is beyond the understanding of the man. But now man is actually building it for other men. They're not having the universal community build a system, and then we'd be maybe hesitant because man didn't build it. But now man is building these systems. The team is testing and understanding so much more every time. So if I could, let's just cover some of the 50 or 60 highlights, and feel free to add in anything you'd like to add in about this. And this is only the teaching, which lasted about maybe an hour, just over an hour or so, in this 454th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. He said we're testing new knowledge. And of course, the LINS Center is going to become a public testing zone. So many people will be able, as we've seen with the testimonials afterwards, that they're sharing this, and so thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions will be able to observe, perhaps pique their curiosity, realize that they're connected to the center in a way, because all the souls are connected. He talked about putting two people in one seat, one on the lap of the other. I guess these seats are rather large. And he talked about one body being joined with two souls. And they're sort of testing to see if the souls will work independently. He talked about the lights within the system. And I guess one was a light of the soul, but there'll be a number of soul lights. And what's happening here is he said it's a test so that we can allow the beautiful people to show. Now, the beautiful people are those who have one body, but more than one energy center or soul within that body. And so I guess we're going to see multiple souls, perhaps even manifesting in different looks, different characters out of the same body. So this is what he calls the beautiful people. Of course, we call them schizophrenic, but it's been indicated by Mr. Keshe that we're the schizophrenics because we don't understand the creation and the process of creation. So instead of one mother having 4 children at the same time, she could have one child, but that one child has 4 different personalities or souls within it, as I'm understanding it. And again, this is just my understanding. I indicated earlier that the knowledge seekers watch the soul and the soul of physicality actually leaving the body. It's an amazing cycle of change. And we indicated earlier, man has been working on this for billions of years. And the time to change will be exactly where it should be. So we're all hoping it'll be yesterday, but it's not happening yesterday. It's happening when everything is set in the right position. Almost like when you start a play or something, everyone has to take their positions. The curtain has to be proper, the lighting has to be proper, and then things go on. So that's where we are at this point. Another beautiful statement was man is the front runner in this space travel, this new space travel in the dimension of the soul. But as we know from the New Tomorrow, we're all beings are going to have this capability to move between the energy state and the matter state and the interactions of the matter state. So many interesting things. When you travel and speak, you're going to look the part. I guess he was talking about this planet, but we know that we'll have to manifest according to fields and inertia and other planets as well to look that part of those who exist there or what the soul actually manifests there. They've sent and received water and many other things in the testing, as we saw in Rick's group. Now, Mr. Keshe said before this workshop started, the 454, that he sent a message to all of humanity. He said it was so strong that it literally lifted him off the ground 5 or 10 centimeters. So that's another amazing. I don't know if anyone received the message. He said it was about 2 hours before the workshop actually started. Did anyone happen to receive any sort of messages? I know we asked this in a couple locations, but any distinct messages from Mr. Keshe? Maybe you're already there.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone.
Oh, yes, Jacko.
This is Jacko. I didn't receive it at that moment because I was asleep. I had night shift and I had to sleep a little bit. But when I woke up, I felt my legs vibrating. And as I understand, that is kind of pre-settings before the transmutation can happen. So I was
the
laying in my bed.
shaking. Yes.
Yes, my
Okay.
legs were shaking. I was like, what is this? And of course, I switched on the teaching. As soon as I woke up, it was maybe 10 o'clock or 10:30. And yeah, it was strange to me. I never had that before.
And that's what he indicated. When you get that shaking or something, that the the cells are ready to separate from the physicality,
Exactly.
something along that line.
Yes.
So it's
So
just
we're
an amazing, amazing technology.
absolutely, and we're really coming close.
Right. But don't forget with the universal community, as he said, what did he say about in certain beings in certain areas? I forgot actually how he put it, but a lot of time could just be a millisecond to them. So again,
Yeah,
it's just and there's no time in the
exactly.
dimension of energy. I think he was trying to convey that to us.
I always say if 1,000 years is like a day, then all these 1,000 years we didn't make the progress we can make right in a few days. So yeah,
Yes, we've read that in the holy books, where a day is as 1,000 years and 1,000 years as a day to the
yeah, and
Creator.
I think that belongs to that dimension. So yeah, don't give up, step by step.
So, did the shaking last for a while, Jacko, or did it subside, or what happened there?
Well, let's say it's only a few minutes. It was not a very long time. I was lying in bed and I was a little bit astonished why it happened. So yeah, it's only a few minutes, and then I got up, and then it went away.
Yeah, maybe as he said, sometimes you have to wait for the soul to return in the soul of physicality if it went on that particular trip. Sometimes the soul of physicality goes where you interact, and sometimes, but when you return, sometimes there's a lag, apparently. Maybe that's what you were, but you said that was the first time that ever happened to you.
Yes, yes. And what is also different than before? A few weeks ago, Galip told, "What about if we give our soul a project or an elevation or whatever before we go to sleep, because the soul works while we are asleep." And that is what I'm practicing every night. To choose one of the persons I think it is necessary to elevate them, and I provide it. I do not force it, but I provide it, and I ask my soul to work on that during the I'm asleep. I still need 8 hours a day to sleep. I'm not someone who can sleep only a few hours,
You haven't gotten
but
down to 2 or 4 hours. Mr. Kesh says he doesn't understand why people need so much sleep.
well, with the shift, you have to give your body the opportunity to take as much as it needs. Because if you don't do
Definitely.
that, you really have problems in the night. And if your rhythm is coming out of rhythm, you really have a problem. You cannot be awake when you should sleep, and vice versa. So that's a little bit, yeah, I give my body the opportunity, and normally I don't set any clock or so. So mostly it is 6, 7, 8 hours, depending
Yeah,
which shift.
I know he said when you go to space now, this is probably in the dimension with the UFOs and things, that there's so much energy there flowing through the system that there's no need to sleep, he said.
Yes.
And of course, the
And then
soul never sleeps, the soul of the man
exactly.
doesn't age either. But he said if you receive the message that he sent, then you're enlightened. And later on in the workshop, he said the enlightenment just means, now, did he say elevation or enlightenment? But I thought it was enlightenment. That's what I had written. But it just means that you're aware there is more.
That is. And I sometimes play with my magraphs, stand in between them, and you feel the energy, and this energy definitely is on a other level than the normal energies during the day. It's difficult to explain because I feel it coming into the fingers and the arms. Sometimes it's the legs, and the flow that happens in the body. So yeah, this will change our physicality, and with that we will be prepared to do the traveling like in the envelope. The soul has this capability for a long time. It's the physicality that we have to prepare and be open for it to accept and allow it.
Yes, it seems like the soul at night has its takes care of its business, but also in the day as well, I think, during daydreaming sessions or other sessions perhaps. So the soul
Yes.
has its own life, a secret life, but we're getting to know it a little bit more.
Exactly, and I think it's a
Yeah.
lot of trust. You know, you have to trust it, and of course, in the sleep we do it because the barrier comes down, the resistance is less, and then the soul is free. But as you said, in the daydreaming, I try to practice it more and more. Sometimes, you don't have really time to do it when you're at work or so. But in between, this is something that I think is a very good training for the soul to be more and more free.
Beautiful, Jocko. Anyone else want to add anything here? Or we continue? And again, Mr. Keshe went on to say that the systems are made by man, for man, to understand his own creation. To understand this revelation in science and creation, or what's been revealed. The change has to come from within. And this is what he said about the technology. If we just give you the technology within a generation or 2 generations or 3 generations, you're going to go right back to the same killing and eating, he indicated. So it's got to come through the elevation of the man. We're seeing many marvels in Linz. We're seeing and feeling flight, even though you can't see anybody actually flying. And I thought it was last week when he came in to this meeting, Mr. Keshe, and he indicated that all he had to do, I mean, there were so many teachings this week that it was hard just to even review them. Not enough time. But there's much more to come. We'll see the flight, we'll feel it, but we can't actually physically see it. And when he came into the meeting, he said, all I need to do is to add 2 parts or 2 systems onto the flight unit and it flies. I think he was saying it physically flies. Again, he said we had to accommodate everyone. And those people who don't want to fly on the soul level, they may be able to participate in the physical travel. And of course, when you're in that system, I would imagine something is processed within you, maybe to get to the next level of flight, into the way the creator moves through the fields rather than the physicality. We heard him say that about the mother bird, and we'll get to that, about encouraging the chick to take flight out of the nest. And we've seen this many, many times. He said it's the same system as Disinsano. It's the same system in Linz, but more sophisticated, he indicated. It's more sophisticated than the one. But they're preparing the whole humanity for what is to come. The knowledge seekers are promoting the world leaders, and see if you manage you'll see the change if you manage to reach them. He talked about the elevation of the murderer in Iran, who's been killing hundreds or thousands of people. We're just covering the 454th workshop, just highlighting some points for those who's just come in. But the flag of Iran has been withdrawn, I saw, from the Linz Exhibition Center until things are put right, apparently, in Iran. So we don't see that flag. We see the flag now of the Keshe Foundation, and we see the flag of the Austrian government at this time. And please come in on any of these points, any of the participants, if they like to add. So we have to understand the power you have gained by elevation of the man. The whole purpose of the creation is servitude. So if you're going out in space to find a better house or to find a better family or to find, other things to take for yourself, it doesn't really work that way. Maybe going on an asteroid and collecting all the gold. It's all about serving and bringing peace wherever you can. So serving the community, serving the universal community, serving the community here on Earth is what it's all about. As he said, the whole purpose of creation is servitude, nothing else, no matter which way you look at it. And of course, in Rick's teaching, people have observed the knowledge. Mankind will learn these systems, but we still have a long way to go. And he indicated that at least 5 or 6 times. He said, we don't understand the power units. We don't understand so many of these things. I don't know how we're going to get there, but I know in the past, he said the soul has a double PhD in all of this knowledge. Again, the new systems that are coming in, apparently these 2 vertical units, maybe there's more to it than I know, but as I understand it, there's 2 systems, vertical units coming in. In times past, he said, the vertical unit is just the horizontal unit turned, in the vertical manner. But now he's saying they have a lot more functionality. They're easier to use, they're simpler. And he indicated these systems, from what they have there now, which is just totally amazing to us, he said it's like going from the donkey to the Rolls Royce. So we're going to see a lot more, hopefully see a lot more things. I know they'll see it there in the center, those people who are testing or working on it or what have you. They're going to be seeing a lot more. Again, he said the new power systems, we haven't even understood these new power systems. I know he talked about creating plasma current or plasmas in the plasma level, but not in the electron vibration. Now, we saw the first power system, I think it was an enhancement system, which would make a battery last longer. And then we see the hybrid system, which apparently, at least what was shown, creates a CH4 methane gas, which that gas is then burned by a matter state electrical generator as part of the system, and then you get your energy from there. So I don't know what is there not to understand, but apparently a lot. And of course, we're still having the problem of understanding. We have not understood, he said, the transfer of magnetic fields. Our whole understanding is wrong. He said, man has not understood. And again, if you want to see the beauty of the flight of the butterfly, you have to let it go, he said. When you let the soul go, it shows its beauty. Again, like the mother bird, encourages the chick to take flight. And I think that's what Mr. Keshe is doing in a soft way. depending on the individual, to take flight. And not everybody flies there. Go ahead.
Mark, this old understanding, well, conventional understanding, partly from growing up in different cultures. When you let the soul go, that means your physicality is gone. I wish Mr. Keshe can address that, because that's another way to get some clarity about soul elevation.
So you're saying does that happen when you're sleeping? And you sleep, as Jacko said, for 8 hours. You need 6 or 8 hours a night to bring the energy back to the physicality. But
well, it's a good understanding. Yeah, it's a good understanding, but the control, the part of the fear and the control that, okay, you are letting, because naturally we sleep, but we don't know that's what's happening. So the explanation needs to be focused more on, okay, as we do it in the sleep, we can still do it living and still be okay. I'm not able to explain that to people.
Well,
but I just want to go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's the same as the dream, except it's happening consciously and you're participating in it, perhaps. If the soul of physicality goes with the soul, it doesn't always go with the soul. As Jacko said, he's asking, I think, for this both souls to travel together.
How do you train yourself to let the soul go consciously?
Just trusting that it will return.
Well, not aside from trusting, just how do you train yourself to let the soul go? Because when we sleep, we don't know that's what's happening. It's been explained to us that this is exactly what is happening. But consciously, how would you let your soul go when you are...
Well, your soul is your closest friend, right? As we've heard in the teachings. And of course, the one we steal from the most, each and every one of us. So it's our closest friend that we have. And of course, realizing that the soul needs this physicality to operate in is one of the reasons why the soul leaves when you're sleeping, because it knows not much can happen to you in bed. It's not there perhaps to protect you as if you were driving in a car or other places. It needs this physicality, even though the physicality has engaged the soul of the man, it still needs this physical entity to operate in. So again, back to trusting the soul. And of course, they're working together, both the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Might be a little uncomfortable, but we're trying to bring the two together. As we said, trying to get the lion and the lamb to sleep in the same nest. That's just my understanding. Anyone else want to express how you trust the soul?
Well, hi, it's Diane. I'm just trying to understand, like, if we want to take the physicality with the soul, then we have to die. But we're at the stage where we're almost at the stage where, like, we got to know the ethos and everywhere before we can join the soul. We've been, like, from what I understand in creation, now is the time, all created beings, we reach the level where we can jump to the next level when we get there. I mean, we're almost there.
Well, he said there's thousands of rungs or steps in this ladder.
Yeah, well,
so we never really get there, I guess, until you reach the level of the creator. And even then, there's levels above the level of creator. So there's thousands of steps. And each one probably... Go ahead, Diane.
Sorry, it's just to get to the next level, not all the other levels we have to get through. We're just babies. to get to the next level, from my understanding, to take the physicality to join with the soul, we have to prepare ourselves. We can't take the physicality the way we are. We're
Sure
not
you can. I think you can encompass it within the structure. This is what the,
it depends.
well,
Yeah.
again, let's take a look at this. The soul of physicality, and then apparently they arrive at a certain place and wait for the physicality to manifest itself. But Mr. Keshe said you have this ability within your structure. You don't even need any systems. Anyone else want to share with Diane?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello,
This
Azar.
is Azar. The thing is, the release of the soul has to do with the attachment and then trust. And as long as you have even one single thing attached to, and no trust, there's no way it's going to happen. And the emotion, because the connection between the physical soul and the soul is emotion. So is when you get to that, there's going to be a point that you feel, I'm going to put, I'm going to say it to you. There's going to be a point that you know your soul has expanded and has come out because other people notice it. Other people notice it because suddenly you have this vacuum in your head, a clarity. It can happen outside that you flee. You that you don't you can, how can I say it? That you when you look at everything, you don't see anything. You don't have your normal, usual concept about the world. You feel you're sitting in a place is a like a hologram, like everything is just so beautifully done, and you see everything for what it is and functioning. But at the same time, but one of the things is you see is a physicality, because you know your physicality, because I don't know your physicality. I know my physicality. Each of us has certain behavior, certain inherent essence that we got from our ancestor. It could be anything. It could be fear of something, or shame of something, or anything that in your line of that came to your life. So now, when you go in physicality, you have to go back. You have to go back to see, look at your life from the time you remember. What have you done? What was the processes that you interacted with people, family member, everything? How do you see yourself? And then another thing you have to look at it is everything that you look at is a reflection of yourself at the same time. So when you look at that, then you can tell, because you see the fluctuation between when the soul takes over or physical takes over, it can be very radical. You can see it clearly. And every time every time you go through it, you can go really high and it feels great. But suddenly, when you go to the lowest point on physicality, also you notice it. But you go back, so there's a fluctuation between both happens here, but then you notice when physicality is taking over, when the soul is taking over. And it's very obvious. You cannot miss it. And
So, Azar, there's enough work to be done in just understanding our own soul. And that's what he
yes,
said. This is all about not anybody else's soul,
yes, yes,
what they're
yes,
doing wrong, what they're doing
yes,
right.
yes.
We have enough trouble just understanding our own soul.
Yeah, because you see, because we always, when we learning these things from the time, if you go back, we always trying to look outside, we trying to fix
Right.
outside, but everything has to do with you, us, inside of us. And actually, the one that can teach you a lot, the ones that they can teach you a lot, and that's your challenge, is the one. Imagine if you see people, places, things that you don't like. That's the one you should go for it, because that's actually like, so example, if you say, for example, I'm here, and for example, you talking and I don't like you, and I say, oh, I don't like this person, or some reason to, so actually I have to go for
Confront.
What did you say?
I said you have to confront that.
No, you don't confront it. Actually, there is something within you, yourself, that's reflected right in front of you. It shows up as a person. You see, what I don't like about you is part of me that I don't like.
Oh, okay.
So you have to like all aspects of yourself. You cannot deny yourself from what you are, because you see, when we were born, we're born in a family. Yes, the parents have an idea of collection of ideas that what the world is supposed to be and what is good and bad. So we learn that, and then you went to school, you learn certain things. So you have to let go of like and dislike. And you have to look at everything as it is without saying, I like this, I don't like this. And then the way we perceive the world is about the way we were raised, about all the like and dislike. Even when we go someplace, say, oh, I like this, I don't like this. But the world is not about, the God is not about like or dislike, because the whole world is created by the Creator. And actually, the God wanted to, everything in a creation, everything that has happened everywhere is aspect of himself, because he had to play all of it. He had to put it out. Everything that is out, everything it was him, had to put it out. So we decided to package it, but we have to let go of packaging things. Completely let go. I mean, saying it is easy. Going through it is going to be a point in your life that you feel you're going to die. But don't, you feel like you're just going to die. But even if you're going to die, don't feel it. You're not going to die. Because the thing, because Mr. Keshe said something in 165 teaching, I wrote it down, and listen to this, what he said. Hold on a second.
Sure. I have so many notes.
He says the processes of the conversion of the emotion from the feels received from the soul is biggest dilemma for the man. The one that fails stays citizens of this planet. So this is the hardest part that that emotion, because that emotion, that attachment to that emotion in terms of physicality, because you see, the physicality has to play its role, and the soul has its own role. So between these two is the emotion that if you try to, because we always about trying to, because the mind always wants to logically understand it, have a reason for it, and then after the reasoning and everything, and go for it. But it doesn't work that way.
Can you stay on that for a minute, Asa? When we sleep, since you said emotions is the gateway between the soul and the soul of physicality. So what emotions are in place when we sleep? Because that's when the soul elevates.
Because when with you cannot compare the soul leaving the body during the day with the night, because the night, what's happening, it's the circulation in the skull gets to a physiological aspect of the body, becomes very low. When the physiology of the body is very low, the soul has a window of opportunity to leave. Because it has happened to me 2 times only. When I slept, suddenly I fell asleep on the couch. And suddenly when I woke up, because there's a point, if you understand it, the time you want to go to sleep or the time when you wake up, you can feel the soul is leaving and soul is coming. If you want to go to sleep, you hold yourself in a way aware of it. You can tell when the soul wants to leave, and also when you want to wake up. It happened to me twice. When I fell asleep on the couch, the soul suddenly came back. So, but I never succeeded in trying to hold myself enough at the window of when I was falling asleep and the soul leaves. I couldn't do that. But at night is different. But during the day, you see, if you try, I can tell you this: if you try, you have to have the of a no mind man. It means if you try so hard to understand with your mind, you cannot get anywhere. You have to become like a child. Look at everything you don't know. Become relaxed in a body that you don't know. Live your life. Okay, another way I can tell you this: live your life like this. You get up in the morning. Yes, you get up. Okay, you get up, you go make your, say, tea. You drink your tea. Don't make any plan. And the next thing happens, do the things that you like to. Don't make any plan. Just do one thing. Just do one thing that you like, go to the next thing. But if you have the mind that because if you look at children, they're playing something. They're not saying, okay, I'm going to get up in the morning. I'm going to have my breakfast. No, I'm going to play with my toy. They just do what they like. The next thing. So we have to become this, because this mind of us that we, for 40 years, 30 years, 60 years, we created all this attachment to it, and all this belief and everything, all the planning things like this is kind of put us in a concrete, like a cage. So now we have to, little by little, understanding ourselves, we have to let go, not letting go and say, okay, because I've done it before. Like, for example, something happened to me, I say, oh, today I learned this, I'm going to do this. Because you have to, I tell you this, one day I came to my husband, this was like 8 months ago. You see, I went to Peru in 2014 to do ayahuasca. And then one thing I wanted to always figure out is, who is the one who runs this body? And that's why I went for all these things. So one of the things 8 months ago, I told my husband, I said to him, how can I let go of control? Trying to control things. His answer was, he laughed at me, and his answer was, you have to let go of the one who says, I want to let go of control. You see, if we constantly trying to because the mind always want to create something, a job for you to do. So you have to be this way, you have to be that way, you have to meditate, you have to don't watch TV, or you don't have to do this. None of this is true. You do what you like to do. That's how your soul and your physical soul start to interact, become like a buddies. You start doing what you love to do. No matter what, just do what you like to do. Not because what you have to do, obligated to do, or is the responsibility. None of that really matter. Do whatever hell you want to do in this planet. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be, I want to go sit under the sun, or I want to go do the gardening, or I love to go, I want to go for a walk, or I want to eat ice cream. Anything you love to do, just do it. That's start to open up, but don't listen to anything else that you're obligated because the TV says something, or this. Even Mr. Keshe said one time, a long time ago, I asked him if I want to go become a beggar, but I'm very happy. Should I do it? He says, yes, why not? If you're happy with what you are, why not? That makes you happy, that's okay. So, but the way we think about our life, or even look at yourself for example, coming to the teaching of Mr. Keshe and you interacting with yourself, because you have to apply those things constantly to this body, the essence you are, because you're not me, I'm not you. None of us are the same. So teaching of Mr. Keshe always goes back to us knowing our own soul. All the thing I'm telling you is a general thing. That's why you have to go within yourself, understand yourself rather than understanding somebody else. So you might get to a little bit of, because it's always up and down, I can tell you, it's up and down, but it when you go down, the next day is 3 steps higher. You think you went down, but you go higher. Every step down, 10 steps up. But we can never also say I got it, because we never get it, because is a path that never ends. It keeps going up and up and up, but you get elevated. But we can never say, you see some people come in, you can take classes, people say, oh, he got it, or I'm going to take this class because I'm going to get elevated. It doesn't have any cap. Is a bottomless hole, well, that you fall into, and it never ends.
Ike, were you able to take anything from what Azar is sharing?
A lot. It makes sense. It's a lot. I just think you just have to let go of trying to understand it the way we are cultured. But it's all deep, and lots of examples on our stories.
We haven't seen.
In the midst of when you start doing things that you like, in the midst of all that, the information comes from within you for you. Your soul start talking to you. That information belongs to you. You cannot share it with anybody because it doesn't work for anybody else. As if your land is so dry. Imagine the soul is deep down in the land, is so dry that the land is cracked. But now when you start doing things that you like, as if you're giving water to this land, in time, the land gets so moist and so fertile, it started to have seedling. The soul starts to have buds and comes out and then talks to you. Just like a little fountain, start to water comes up, and that information come from within you, and it's for you. You don't need any information from outside. and it tells you go left, go right, and it gives you so much freedom because you don't have to think about your life even. You see, the biggest mistake of humanity is this: God created everyone on this planet, and everything that you wanted on this planet is yours, all of it. Even if you want a castle, if you want to have anything you want is yours, anything. But the question is, ourselves is the one who put the barrier in front of ourselves and don't allow it to happen, because you have a belief system. The land of God doesn't have any beliefs. It has nothing. He gave you 100% unconditionally this planet in your hand. Because the minute you start to move, he provides. You move, it provides. 100% is yours. But what we do, what we say, for example, I give you an example. I'm sitting here, I have a home, I have a breakfast, and then I think about 20 years from now, or where I'm gonna live, or where I'm gonna be, or what I'm gonna have. Do I have enough money in my account? Or 2 years from now. But sitting right now, I'm sitting here. Tomorrow morning, I might not be alive. Why am I thinking about 20 years from now, or 10 years from now, even one day from now? The next day you don't exist. If we wake up every day, every single day, and we say the next day I don't exist, what would I do today? What would you do today? If you're doing what you're doing, you would do the same thing as if tomorrow you don't exist. You're on the right path. But otherwise, we're not getting anywhere just listening to Mr. Keshe trying to figure things out. Never gonna happen. For us to help humanity is for us to be ourselves. Otherwise, we cannot help anyone, because right now, the only person we really need help is us. At the level we are, we have to be so honest with ourselves. Even if we have to go to a cave for 6 months, don't come out and just be by ourselves. Just do it. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be out there and say this and that. It doesn't matter. Because the more we release, that soul become release, your shine, your elevation, your shine is going to affect the world.
Well, we got a lot of thank yous, Azar.
I can tell you this: when we, all of us, you see, I can come and talk about the point of, look, I have power. Look what I've done. Look, I got my soul. It doesn't matter. Because what does it matter? None of that matter really, because in 20 years, 10 years, 15 years, I'm going to die. What does it matter if I know I don't know? What does it matter if the world know how much I know? If I come here and I talk to you guys, look what I know. What does it matter? None of it matter. What matters, go sit under the sunshine and smile. Look at the water is running by your house. That beauty of water is going to interact with you and opens up things in you. Do the things, all I can tell, do the things you love to do. You're born only once, and you're given this beautiful opportunity to interact with this planet, and just do it. That's what Mr. Keshe is trying to tell us. Just go do the things you love to do.
And we haven't seen anyone lose their physicality in the system or when we sleep, Ike. So I don't think you have to worry about losing your physicality. It's somehow connected. I know Mr. Keshe said they're all connected, the soul of physicality, and the physicality. They're inseparable. At one point, he said this. I mean, Rick went into the system, his soul. We didn't lose Rick. Jalal went into was brought to Linz. He's here. So it all returned. And again, there's no time in space as I'm seeing it. So you could be gone for a long time, but yet no time has really passed. Again, I'm just approximating and thinking about this because there's no time dimension there.
Also, you know, one thing is this: when we elevate ourselves, because you see, I'm sitting here and so many people are dying in Iran, and the more we kind of elevate, our hands are open to help with these situations like this. We don't have to be there to help, but the more we elevate in our soul, we can, at the soul level, we can help these people. That's the beauty of this knowledge.
And wasn't there a confirmation? Mr. Keshe said that they had gotten a confirmation about this elevation of this person in Iran.
You mean the guy he talked
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
I don't know about it. If you heard something, I didn't hear that. I don't know.
So we're learning, Mr. Keshe said, again, we're continuing on in the 454, and I'm just highlighting about 60 points that Mr. Keshe had brought up. Again, if someone asks you, what happened in workshop 333, can anyone remember? I can't, unless there was a specific teaching there that something really stuck with you, but 325, do you remember what happened in 420? No, I don't know anyone who can possibly remember all these things. But he said, man will learn to become the light of the universe, not just on Earth. So that's where we're heading, bringing this knowledge, bringing this light into the bigger aspects of the creation. But then you go back to book 3, and he said this just the opposite way in the last workshop. The universe exists and operates within the structure of the man. And man exists and operates within the structure of the universe. Now, in the last workshop, I think he said the man exists and operates within the structure of the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the structure of the man. So you have it all. If the universe is within you and you're operating within that universe, it's all there, but we just need to access it. And that's what we're learning. This is what slowly we're being taught by this testing, confirming the knowledge, confirming to the public now what this is all about, to discover our own grace and beauty, and not for anyone else's, to understand your individual soul as I'm seeing it. I have enough work to do just working with my own soul, not just going to try to work on someone else's soul. But we're seeing this beautiful elevation or expansion of the soul by reduction of the magnetic fields that's holding the soul within. So there is a technology, there is a system that allows this to go forward till we learn to create this interaction and be able to move on our own without a system. And he said that about the Buddha as well. If he reached that level of the person in the system, then yes, he can transmute. Even Christ, he said, never saw any Ganses, never made any Ganses or anything like that. I mean, outside of his own body. but you're walking around with pounds of superconductive material, which is in a vacuum, which is all within a nuclear, low energy, let's say, nuclear system. And that's within the body of the man. So we're going to become the light. He's also said man has gone through enough destruction, telling him it's for his own good. I guess all these wars, and we have to go here to save these people, or, you know, bring a certain thing to a certain, and we've gone through enough destruction. I think in the last 3,000 years on this planet, we've had 5,000 wars. So we've gone through enough of this. And he said the power of the soul of the man has been released. And we're seeing this, I think, with the elevation of the world leaders, religious leaders, the negotiators, and so on. He said in the next few months, we're going to see this establishment of peace. And again, anyone can come in at any time. The knowledge seekers will start to be part of the work with Rick. Apparently, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and the reactor group are going to gradually come together in a way. Remember where he said in the first exposition center he was going to show the flying car, or he was going to show the drop of water in the fish tank, and then the fish manifest? These are some of the things we're starting to see in public. And it's not that they have to develop them. I'm sure, as he said, I just add 2 systems onto the flight unit and it flies. So this has all been developed and understood by Mr. Keshe. Now it's for the team to understand so that they can build it, replicate it, and elevate the soul. And we're going to see how humanity changes. The teachings will also go in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race. We'll see how humanity will change. And of course, they're asking the country of Austria to start to provide an immigration officer. He indicated one of the first people to transmute into Linz will be an American. I don't know who that will be. I have an idea of who it will be. And they'll be the first person to come to Linz, I guess, in the dimension of or will manifest the physicality there. He talked about a national arriving center, but they do need the support of the Austrian government before they can start this process. He talked about the testing in Rick's meeting. They brought in Jalal. He was the first one to come in, and Mr. Keshe said he hugged him and thanked him for all his work. Rick arrived after that. And now he said, you're going to learn to manifest yourself when you arrive. And you can do it within the structure of your own physicality. He said, you don't need any of these systems to do it. And we're not creating magic, he said, but technology. And the technology has to be acceptable to the man. Yes, we know that. But then he said to the dog, the cat, the fish, and the monkey. It's not for man to be king over the animals, which we read in the holy books, which I had always picked up on, where it says where God has given dominion to the man over every creature and everything on the planet. But now we're finding that all the souls are equal. We don't have a right to dominate the ladybug, the plant, the tree, or the monkey, or test with them, especially in some of these medical tests, that what they put them through. We don't have to do anything like that. He talked about apparently a woman wanted to get transferred into the system at Linz when we were doing this testing with Rick. And again, I'll encourage everyone to join this reactor group. Mr. Keshe doesn't announce himself, and he may not come in every single week, but it seems like they're going to be merging the testing in Linz through Rick's the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. That's what it seems to me, for thousands or hundreds of thousands of people to start viewing this. So we chose one person, but then he said it can't be a woman, it must be a man. And apparently they felt this in the receiving unit as well. But we chose a man, but they felt a woman, and they felt they were from the Italian language community. And the person we chose was from the Italian language community, but he wasn't a woman. So there's still some things to get worked out in this testing or in the system, or maybe it was blocked. I'm not exactly sure, because Mr. Keshe is running tests on top of tests in the background. So we're doing one thing, he's looking for something else to go on in this testing, and it's for them to learn through the system. And the process is very simple. Many will practice this to understand your soul and nobody else's. I think that's a very important point. We always want to take the problem out of the other person's eye, but not so much the problem in our own eye. I think that's from the Holy Book as well. So thousands and hundreds of thousands will be able to watch these tests. So I would encourage everyone, again, to come into the Plasma Reactor Group. It's maybe not a convenient time for those in the West, as it starts at 7 a.m. Central European time on Wednesdays, but if you can make it, it will be a great place for you to be present, and so you can participate in the test as well. I think
Mark, what time is it? What time is it in your time, US time?
It's 1 a.m.
Oh, so our time is 1 a.m.
Yeah. So if you minus 6 from the 7 a.m., you get the 1 a.m. in the New York time zone.
Yeah, I'm
I know.
I'm deep asleep at 1 a.m.
I've been struggling with it, but it's gotten better and better. Sometimes I do fall asleep in the meeting or doze off for 20 minutes and then I come back. I mean, staying up in the middle of the night is not the easiest thing, but with this technology, I don't mean applying something. I just mean to learn more, to want to be there, to see things, to share things, to hear things that are shared by others. So that's why I push it a little bit, let's say. What else can we cover here? The satellites have already been triggered and they're spreading the knowledge from your soul. I thought he said something about if someone needed an apple, you could deliver them an apple. But again, that's just from my memory of it. The satellites, okay, let's just see here on what I had written down. And many will become satellites. I think they need hundreds and hundreds of more people to affect this satellite change, that we're bringing the change through our souls somehow. And as Azar said, there's no way to go and protest or hold placards or write emails. Or I was even talking to my neighbor earlier today, and he says, "Oh, there's nothing we can do about it." He says, "You know, we can't do anything." I said, "In the matter state, we cannot do much, but in the soul levels, we can give to these leaders, and we can change their behavior through elevation of their souls." He just said, "Good luck with that," because he doesn't understand. But I said, that's what we're working on. This is what I'm learning through the Keshe Foundation, that these energies of the soul have collectively and individually, but collectively, he said, Mr. Keshe said, we need all of you because we're stronger collectively. We'll bring this change about. In the next few weeks, they're going deeper into the technology. He said for the awakening of the humanity. Apparently, this has already started. And I don't know, again, did anyone receive a certain message from Mr. Keshe earlier on in that workshop? I know Jacko seemed to feel something. I've asked in a couple locations, nobody's come up with anything 100% specific of what they felt, and maybe we all feel different parts of whatever he was sharing there, but he said it was a very strong emotion that he shared with humanity. And we also need to get used to meeting creatures of the universe so that when we do go to these places, we're very familiar with them, or more than we are today. We can imagine, but actually interacting with them will be something totally new for many of us, I think. He wants us to be familiar, and there must be so many different races and entities or creatures in the universe. But if we go to the understanding that they're all from the same creator, I think that takes a lot of the anxiety out of being able to, once we understand it a little bit more, they're from the same creator as you are, so you're connected to them, and we'll be able to communicate with them. We're training you for what is to come, Mr. Keshe indicated, to spread across the universe this knowledge. So apparently the entire creation, and he said this before, needs to understand it, and we're going to be spreading this knowledge and this understanding and the beauty of what's being shared with us here, not only here, but across the universe. So this is not a prison, he said, this is freedom. And then he talked about the lease on the Vatican being over, and we need to return the stones to the Colosseum. So there's a lot going on. I think even Mr. Putin put something out for peace this week. We need to continue to elevate the others, the other two world leaders, and that would be the King Charles III. What a beautiful gift that would be. And of course, Meloni, who is the Italian prime minister, the new one. So we're going to continue to work with these four souls and observe the changes over the days, weeks, and months and years to come. And that's the way we're working. And I think the Universal Council will work this way. Anyone else want to bring something in here about what you've understood or a part of the workshop? And now we go into a whole section of the question and answer period, which again, another beauty. But what the part I'm going to play today is about the artisans. That Mr. Keshe seems to be opening another channel within the foundation to bring in the different artisans on this planet. Whether you write poetry, you paint pictures, you do pottery, you do other types of artwork, and perhaps even making the videos as we've seen that Ed is. So the main thrust to me is that we bring in more satellite souls. And this is what's going to bring the change on a much stronger and faster way as more and more people become satellites. And he said, we're all part of it. So what I'm going to do now is just to bring in Ed's video that he's made a number of beautiful videos for us, and they're being played far and wide across the Keshe Foundation in the Reactor Group, in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and other locations. So thank you very much, Ed, for all your work.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week, and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk. You reach his soul, you understand where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourished as prisoners. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in this, without a doubt, will bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of Keshe Foundation and responsible for setting up the One Race Planet, as I have agreed before I arrive here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable, that it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems, and it can be shown, and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come, and how much change it will come and bring for all of us.
So again, it's your choice. This is what's being offered by the foundation to bring the change through your soul. And you can sign up, as we said, for the all-purpose plasma satellite. And that'll be up to you to make that choice, or your soul will lead you. I think he said we don't force anyone or keep asking people to sign up, although Mr. Keshe has asked a number of times, but we leave it up to the soul to decide. And he said we need hundreds more satellites. Anyone have any comments before we go to about a 20-minute clip? Alex, hopefully we'll conclude in 20 or 30 minutes. Would anyone like to make any comments? Okay, let's hear a little bit more, even though there's many parts we could play in the Q&A. I tried to give a synopsis of the teaching in a way, just the highlights, of course. But we're going to play something regarding the artisans. As Mr. Keshe said, they're opening up a whole new section within the Keshe Foundation to promote art and artisans, whether you're a poet, a potter, sculptor, or a painter, or perhaps other things. He said, bring your talents, and we'll take a look and see if we can incorporate this. And many people have taken from the foundation and have not returned. This is part of what Mr. Keshe goes through and explains. This is one of the reasons that you're struggling, because you've stolen from the foundation. They may not realize it. I don't know everything. Yes, thank you, Azar. We had gotten a number of people thanking you, from Diane to Lisbeth to Randy and so on, adding comments to your comments. So thank you for sharing.
I hope we learned a lot from the first session, or actually continuation of all teaching of this week. As a team, as a knowledge seekers, and we learn more and more to come, as we got to accept that the man has moved forward, and there is no way to stop this process. As we say, the cat is out of the bag. We have to move forward. In the process of last week's workshops and teachings and everything else which went with it, we have learned a lot, and we're going to add to it. We're going to increase this knowledge, but as I said, there are a number of things which we have to, now knowing what is to come, to structure. You saw part of this structure as we knew it was going to come in the past years, by simple things like the launch of the what we call Keshe coins. Soon you will realize what was the purpose of it. On the other hand, now one of the biggest problems with man has been the pride and being proud in the knowledge, in the skill, and everything else which is learned, that it has to be his. And
I'm going to step away for 1 minute. I'm going to let this play. I'll be right back.
for this, we have created doers, cheaters, and thieves, and the rest of it, and we brought it on the condition of what we call the pattern. The man only pays if he puts something in pattern. The man only accepts if it's in patterns, and as the Saudis said a long time ago to the Americans, knowledge is a gift of God, and there is no pattern to it. Saudi Arabia is one of the few countries who does not respect patterns at all, and is a house of God. And in so many ways, man has to respect another man's knowledge. Man has to respect another man's skill and work. And with it, man will come to understand what it means. You don't need to hide and copy and steal and go, as we see with many knowledge seekers. We put this out deliberately as an open patent. We put it open into the knowledge seekers and see how they respond. And now, today, we'll show you where you are not succeeding and where you trap yourself into. If you remember, we told you, whatever you have, whatever you do, don't forget those who put in the foundation, and if you learn from others that they developed, for them to put. Keshe Foundation today introduces new criteria, which is to do with the soul. If you sold so many goods and you made so many things from the Keshe Foundation and you sold it, and thank you very much, I've got a new car, I paid the bills, and you didn't put any back into the foundation, you're a thief. And now is the payment for it. And now you understand why some of you suffer with a lot of the works you do around the Keshe Foundation. Because you stole from the soul of the foundation. And we work in that level. And now from now on, pattern has no meaning. But the respect and work within the what I call understanding of the soul of those who participate is important. That's why we open our pattern. But hiddenly, we gave you the freedom to do, and saw how much you lot abused it. From Germany to we've seen in other part of the world, and you keep on suffering with it because you do it in physical life and you think you cheated, is ours, you didn't put anything back, and then you find out you're still suffering because the soul brings you psychosomatic punishment, as I call it, but in a different way. Today, Keshe Foundation launches a new institute, which is more or less universal. From now on, man will respect the intellectual rights. Man will respect the researchers for what they research and they develop, and man uses. Man will respect the know-how that another man has created and shared. Man will respect the skill, which means you have no knowledge, you have no pattern, but with your skill you developed a new thing that the others can benefit by it. You can't pattern it, but it's a source of your life. And from now on, man's respect artisans. Those who through their art bring, it doesn't matter, a poet, a painter, a glassmaker, or whatever. And for that reason, the Keshe Foundation today will set up the basis for what we call intellectual research, know-how, skill, artisans' rights. This is the new pattern of work, but this time is done through the soul of the man. And for that reason, we set up an organization, and Keshe Foundation will push with this through in the coming time, what we call IR, KSAR, which is the initials for the intellectual research, know-how, skill, and artisans. No one is left out. Even a poet, even a writer is an artisan. And we'll push with this institute forward, what we call across, and we'll move it forward with no condition. We'll set up a platform on the internet that you enter your skill, you enter your artwork, you enter your intellectual, you enter the research you are doing without the fear that somebody else might take it and you get no benefit. But this becomes the right for those who use it to, in a way, if they benefit by it, use it, they put back into the researchers, the people with the intellectuals, the people who brought the know-how. We don't put any limit, but there is a minimum limitation of, let's say, about 1 to 3%. If you make something that you can put back to the artisan, you use his work to add your work to it. In a way, you cannot steal anymore because your soul is aware of your stealing. Some of you will put back in, as a lot of knowledge seekers did, 9% and 19%, and when we came to a week, what should we give to foundation? How many of you lasted? How many of you are still struggling day by day? Because you stole. Now we make it free. That is no stealing. It's your, and you understand it, and you follow it. You took a bit from the Keshe Foundation, you saw another knowledge seeker's others' knowledge, and it became something else, and you use it to make something that you make your living out of it. Both the foundation and the man who added to it has to be looked at to any means possible. Then there is no one to watch, there is no court to do, and soon this will become the patterns of the international corporations. You will see what we could implant. We do not go out that way, but you will see gradually it will take over the pattern because patterns are not respected. because it's a matter of state condition of force. But with this new structure, every soul will be aware of its own conduct and to look after. It's your job, it's the job of your soul to understand you haven't crossed somebody else's path by thinking, oh, I'm doing it behind the doors and I set a few pieces here and there, nothing to do with me. Now you understand why you're still struggling. Have you seen a thief enjoying the theft fully? There's always a tail of unexpected. So today we launched this institute and the structure, and soon Keshe Foundation will support computer centers for everyone to enter their rights of the intellect, the research, know-how, and without expectation for return, but those who use it will return to it. Because, put it this way, now you know the punishment is bigger than the prison and maybe a court case. The punishments of your own, not to elevate. And this takes away a lot of the stoppage and blockage in the world of development of the man. Not hiding behind papers, but being open the way we did. We set this scene from the beginning. We open our pattern, we open the knowledge, we share the knowledge. Even today is part of that knowledge sharing, with a hope that we'll see what will bring to the others with their knowledge they can add when it goes back. We saw a few weeks ago one of our beautiful knowledge seekers in France brought what he did over 2 or 3 years with the wines and vineyard. And this week he wrote to me, the first harvest is ready, can I send you a bottle? I said to him, ask the farmer if the Keshe Foundation can support and promote his work across Keshe Foundation network. That we are not the wine merchants, but we want to show the technology can be used for the different applications. Rick, if you can go on to the Keshe Foundation store, for the first time we have put out an artisan sculpture. It's gone on the store of the Keshe Foundation, and you can see it. As I said, we start supporting those who use the technology. It's the first time we have promoted what we call an artisan work, the sculpture. And we'll see many of these. The same as what we did with the paintings. We brought in the paintings, has been a huge success. That's the one exactly on the right. This is called, as you see it, is done by the beautiful Italian artist. And if you're an artisan, it's your right. We are here to promote. And the same, there are new pictures which is coming, and there are new pictures which are coming from different artisans, different painters, different things that will go across. And this is what we are here to do. We are here to promote different application of the technology in different ways, how the fields of this, what we call artwork, will spread around you in your home. You have this in the center table and you have 2 pictures on the side or whatever. You can see the whole room is balancedly distributed. But it's not the object. It's showing application of the object, the technology, what it can do, what it will bring. The same with the new paintings. The new paintings are getting more beautiful and more sophisticated as the artisans are sharing more and more with us. And we'll see how things will take shape. You make glassware. What happens to it? You make pottery. As you've seen, we are there to promote. Everything goes back to its origin. You bring a new technology, you will see the use of the technology. It's time to show different aspects and developments
of application of the technology. Many of these artworks you see is already sold. We literally, by the time we get the artwork received from the artist to us, but it's already mainly sold out. If you're an artist, if you're an artisan, if you are even a writer, we look at your work. If it's to do with our technology, we promote it. Because everything else which is outside, sooner or later, somehow will find its way to the application of the plasma, and that will bring the change. So we stay what we call not ahead of time, but in time and in line with knowledge seekers to spread the knowledge.
So that's what I wanted to bring about the artisans, and now even the wine grower. Mr. Keshe said to ask the farmer if the foundation can support their work. So this is going to grow into all aspects. I wasn't thinking about the wine. I was thinking more of the artwork or the pottery, or as he said, a glass maker, where you can embed the GANs in there somehow. But even in poetry, I guess, if as long as it's connected to the foundation's work, there's going to be a channel open for you. And it sounds like he's trying to bring in all of what we call artisans, which I think it's probably even a writer, he said. So I don't think we'll be impregnating any books with Ganses or any writings, but somehow he's referring to them as artisans, probably because the writing touches the soul or soul of physicality in some way. Anyone want to make any comments? Do we have anyone here excited about signing up for this? I think of Diane, she's showed her artwork before. I don't know of many others that are artists. But if you develop something along the way, don't just go out and sell it on the internet. Bring it to the foundation. Let the foundation support your work, and not to take from the foundation without returning anything. Very important aspect, he said, of the ethos of the foundation and what's being shared in this whole idea of patents and so on. Any comments from anyone? If not, we will go to the Dome of Peace so Alex can make his way in here. But now we're seeing this is really starting to excite us, starting to help us realize that this is the way the change is going to be brought, and of course in conjunction with the systems in Linz and so on. But eventually we're going to learn to do it on our own. I don't know how long that will take. Maybe for some it'll be instantaneous, and for others it may take longer. All depends on the level you want to be at or wish to be at. So let's go to our Dome of Peace, because again, these are the preconditions for meeting members of the universal community, interacting with them, and of course for man traveling in space. As Alex said so many times, who wants a bunch of hooligans in their universe, creating mayhem of one sort or another because they don't know enough. They don't realize what they're doing. But this is not allowed apparently in space or in the universal community, or is that universal community within yourself? As he said, the universe exists and operates within the structure of the man, and the man exists and operates within the structure of the universe. So this is one of the ways, using physicality, we're creating the Dome of Peace and spraying and releasing of the GANs waters. They seem to know where to go and what to do to create balanced conditions more and more. So the more of us that are spraying and elevating the soul of this planet till we get to this permanent, peaceful condition of the life on this planet. So let's just play this.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So this is what's being requested for all of you who may not be aware of it, that every Sunday, collectively, we spray the Gans waters at noon or 6 p.m. CEST time, where collectively we join together to release the Gans waters. And this creates some sort of interlinking, perhaps. I know he said it would create a linking between the wellness centers. Maybe it creates a linking, since we're not seeing the wellness centers at this time, maybe it's creating some sort of linkage in a way. We know we're connected on the soul level, but maybe this is creating an additional linkage. I'm not fully aware, but this is the way you change the conditions on this planet, or to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature. What we're reading there, and it's the soul of this planet who's in such pain, as I understand it, and it has to take from its own creation, so to speak. Now we're comfortable with this. This is something for the physicality to do, and to give you a project on Sunday to participate in collectively as we raise the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. Now we can go to the second part of the request, which is where we actually use, we're not looking at the Ganses, we're looking at the field interactions, or expanding the fields of the soul to interact with the world leaders, religious leaders, whatever you want your soul to interact with, to elevate, as I understand it. So let's hear this part. So it's part of a two-step process. But as he said, don't just do it once a week, do it all the time. So this becomes a continual process of elevation or serving the others.
I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace, and the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the two eyes, and We ask you to spread the Ganges waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Ganges, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MK Keshe. Thank you.
So this is probably the most powerful thing we can do, is to bring the change, is to work through our souls. You can make all the Ganses you want and release them, even though that's a part of it. But I think it's the energies of the souls and the souls interacting to create and bring this change. And of course, you'll be working through the Linz system, at least initially, to bring these changes. I don't know exactly how it's going to work. Again, there's many things I don't understand about the whole process, but this is the second part of the process, not only physically releasing and spraying Ganges waters, putting them in wells, putting them in rivers, fountains, and so on, but now working through the actual soul itself. And we're going to observe, he said, and look for the changes. Not that we have to have the confirmation in the physicality to realize something has happened. But he said we will observe and we will start to notice the changes. We don't need that confirmation to know we're doing a work here. But it's nice to observe and to see the results, I think. So let's, anyone want to add anything at this point? We always give everyone an open forum here to bring in anything they want to bring in. And as Mr. Keshe said in Linz, I'll handle the physicality, you work through the soul level. So this gives us that opportunity to collectively come together in peace, expand or spread the fields of our souls collectively to touch the world leaders, religious leaders, negotiators, and so on and so forth. So let's take 5 minutes of your day. And again, this is interesting. This comes to the time when the Universal Council and Mernez is doing a daily elevation of the souls at 9 p.m. CEST. And right now it's 3:07. So this works out quite nicely. We'll join her and the Universal Council for 5 minutes in the elevation of the souls through the fields of our souls. One energy touching another energy, interacting with it and returning it back. So we're going to take, yes, did I hear somebody breathing?
Yes, me.
Yes, Selena, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, always well.
Mark, I want to add something in here. We are elevating the big people who are the leaders. But
you mean the
here,
tall ones, the real tall, big ones?
Yeah, all leaders. But if we don't elevate the, like, who doesn't think they're good enough or big enough, for those people, we have to elevate them too, because we have to elevate both sides. We have to ask, what is that? We need to make equal all sides, not only for the leaders, but who doesn't want their rights, who think always we are less than everything and this and that. So if we don't bring those people equality, those people the same level, it's not gonna work. It is my feelings, my experience. Last Bengali teaching, I was talking about that. Um, um, I explain what is need to do. I think because of my experience, I don't talk that side really, but I need to hold on a second. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay.
So I had dream in my whole life. I indirectly told about that with in your show, but not details. But I'm not gonna explain. But I saved people in those dreams. So when I save those people, sometimes I hide them. Sometimes I fight with other people to save them, and a lot of stuff. But whoever the other side, I never thought those are equal to us or same level. Always thought they are bigger, they are stronger. So my whole life, those kinds of fight was very hard for me. And then now this day, still I couldn't see the horror movie or human mutilation, those kinds of stuff. So suddenly, a few days ago, I was watching the YouTube gardening video, and then one video came, those kinds of mutilation stuff. So I was trying to turn off the TV, but it couldn't. I couldn't. And then I decided to see whole movies, because I was avoiding those a long time. So when is the movie is the happening, and suddenly I understood, when we saw our enemy is bigger than us, they are not human, or they are stronger, they're richer, they're powerful, we can't fight properly. We lost a lot of stuff because of that. So the poor mentality, not thinking they are equal to us, that is problem too. We are elevating the bigger people to be equal to us, but we need to be equal to them too, whoever thinking we are less than everything, and like a beggar, or cleaning the street and this and that. We thought, oh my God, we are doing small job, we are nothing, we can't fight with those people. And we don't need to fight, just need to be equal. We need to think they are not bigger than us. Each of us need to be equal, and think that way. We are equal. Then we can get our rights back. Not only one way. We have to work with both way.
Sure, Mr. Keshe is working in a number of different areas, but I know the stronger feeds the weaker. So we're stronger on the soul level, and especially collectively, we're much stronger. And of course, as has been said, the soul, the physicality follows the totality, which is the soul of the man. So as we bring their souls up to our level of understanding, their physicality will change. This is my understanding. And again, we don't have to fight. We don't have to protest. We don't do any of those things in the matter state, because, as Mr. Keshe said, they'll let you protest as long as you like, but they're not going to change from that protest. So
yes,
we elevate their souls to bring them up to our understanding of peace on this planet. And it's just like if we elevate the bishops or the cardinal and they resign and take up the mantle of the Keshe Foundation, the structure of the church will continue because the head of the church is still not elevated. Or if you're in a car and the person's driving 90 miles an hour and you're in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, you can't jump out of the car. You can't reach the brake or to stop it, but you'd have to elevate the soul to bring it under control. And this can happen in conditions too. When you meet other people, you can elevate them and change their behavior. I've experienced this. I mean, where people were going to do harm, let's say to me, or thought of doing harm, I elevated them and they stopped. They didn't continue to approach me, or they got right up into my face and everything just stopped. So this is the idea of elevating the head of these structures rather than a senator or a congressman, which we'll get to them as well, I'm sure. But to change the direction of the country, of the church, we have to elevate the heads of that, the ones who are driving it, let's say. So anyone else want to add anything else? Very nice comments, Selena. Thank you. So let's take 5 minutes and let's do our work on the soul level. Again, we all have a lot of GANs in a vacuum in a nuclear system. You all have different field strengths within you, and the combination of these field strengths will lead to the elevation over time. Mr. Keshe said you may not see it in the first days or weeks, but we'll make observations just to see. And when we touch them, they will change. All through the energies, no matter state involved at this point. So let's take 5 minutes of silence and begin this process. Very easy working with the plasma. Very hard if we have to go to Rome and protest and march around the Vatican or something. It never happened that way. Never going to change that way. But through the fields of the souls, all of us collectively will bring that change. And of course, even more so with these satellite souls. But we can all do it all the time, not just once a week. So let's join with the Universal Council, Mernez, and all of us here, and continue to expand our energies to reach and touch and bring them up to our level of understanding of peace on this planet. Thank you. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. And while this was going on, I had the thought that in the future, perhaps you may be getting a call from one of these elevated world leaders, thanking you for the work you've done on this level. You may be getting a number of calls from a number of different world leaders. And I was thinking of that because of many times in sports, you see the winning team get invited to the White House here in the United States. They acknowledge all their hard work and everything else. So when the world leaders become, and you might hear this from religious leaders as well, they'll know who's been here. And not that we need any honor or it's just part of our serving, but you may get a thank you call from a world leader thanking you for helping them to elevate and come into this peaceful condition. We haven't seen it yet, but I think this is on the card. Anyone else before we go to Alex? Okay. I think Alex is overdue. Hope we haven't left that roast in the oven too long.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Okay. I was going to say turkey in the oven, but I figured you wouldn't like that. Okay, normally we ask if anyone's here for the first time. I think everyone here has been here before, but we always give that opportunity to let us know if you're here for the first time, how you found us, and just your name and where you're from. But I think everyone has already spoke on that. So we'll just wait a second in case the mic opens. Not hearing any, let's go to the disclaimer again, and this will allow Alex to go into his presentation for today. Thank you all again for participating in this movement of the soul.
Oh, what the fuck happened?
All right, you better mute that microphone or I'll do it for you. We're going to read, I'm going to play the disclaimer. Any problem, Alex? No problem. We'll work through it. I'm just going to move this out of the way. Okay, I see Alex dropped out and now he's back. I'm going to make him a co-host again. No, it looks like you're already co-host on that system, Alex. Let's see your other system. Okay, here, make co-host. That happens when you drop out. You kind of lose all the chat and anything else and then rejoin the meeting. Or if you're a co-host in a meeting and you drop out, you kind of lose the co-host as well. Okay, let's play the disclaimer so Alex can move forward with his work.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now, with a big round of applause from our souls, we welcome and elevate Alex Skoric for another beautiful teaching. Thank you, Alex, for consistently being here with us and trying to help us to understand more about this knowledge, especially me. Even though I'm not a newcomer, sometimes I think I am. But thank you again for being with us and sharing, not only in this platform, and many other platforms around this planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for getting this show going today. And just confirm, please, audio video is okay?
Perfect. We see your
Thank you.
screen. Yeah.
And I want to welcome everybody to the North American team meeting here, and especially to the people from all around the world who are great contributors to making this meeting a very big success. And it is a big success, and the reason for it is because we have been able to accomplish a milestone. And so this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teaching in Plasma Science. We are conducting the basic outer space session. And this session is called the Reality Dimension. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is October the 16th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And the milestone, of course, is we've been 2 years at this particular program. And we've tried to bring some semblance of an organization. And so you can see by the chart there that we went through basic teaching, basic understanding, basic knowing, insight, earth space, inner space. And we are now at the conclusion of basic outer space. And we've had to go down this path because it's very difficult to keep up with all the advancements. And there's nothing wrong with that. The thing is that each of us go at our own rate. And so one of the beauties of recordings is that you can log into them at your leisure. And we have thousands of hours of recordings in the archives. And all of this is reflecting our little tiny red dot in the universe there, that little thing in the bottom right-hand corner we call man's universe. And this is all based on the universal order of creation of matters, which is book number 1 from Mr. Keshe. And we're trying to figure out who is doing the calling here and who is the guiding hand. And we know what the answer is, it's just we don't understand the mechanics. And we want to see, well, what is our part in this? And so we see that we have a soul, as shown in the book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And then there's a link, and that's the book number 2, The Structure of Light. And so all of these 3 books are helping us search for outer space. And of course, in outer space, we've all wanted our little piece of the pie. And we don't really know where it is, so it's just somewhere in the sky. And so this makes it like a phantom, this phantom pie. So a phantom is something that's apparent to the senses, but has no substantial existence. Well, you know, these satellites that are going around, are they pie in the sky? Or can they become spaceships? Are we the satellites? Are we the dream satellites? Which would make us the dream spaceships, wouldn't it? And then which dimension is the reality dimension? Because now we see that there are various dimensions within the range. And the range that we've chosen is Earth. That's our sentimental pie in the sky. And when you can imagine the vastness of this particular sky, and you see, well, how do we find Earth? And so, we say, well, I'm looking for Earth. Well, where is that? So you have to have some kind of boundary creation. And so we've been very skillful at saying, well, this is not me and this is me. So this is not Venus and this is not Mars, but this is Earth. And this is me somewhere on Earth. So we just have this sentimentality to come here. But the real sentimentality is with our own space, what we call man space. And so the whole purpose of the teachings is really from our point of view and the skills that we have to learn. Because we've already learned something insofar as we came to Earth space. But then on Earth space, we move around. And we have a variety of things that we're capable of doing. So, our soul can operate on the plasma state level. Our emotions operate on GANS levels. And then, of course, our physicality, which is what we all see and what we all attune to first, is part of our body and our body in our environment. And so all of this has to do with man space. And the thing is that when we're looking for confirmation, we look for the convergence of the transmission and transition zones. And when they come together, they create the transmutation zone. And so we find that it becomes a balanced mag-graph positioning. And when the balanced mag-graph is in its position, it's transparent. So what is the reality dimension then? And so we can attune ourselves to a launch point and a landing point and some space in between. And we often wonder, well, what is that space? Is that in outer space? But it seems like every space is some space. And this may sound like a silly notion. It's not silly compared to what we've been going through. Because what we're talking about is the soul limitations. And that comes from our understanding or lack of understanding, shall we say, of the difference between physical reality and plasmatic reality. We're looking for that reality dimension. And when we're looking for that, and people say, well, what are you doing with the plasma? What is plasma? Plasma is kind of an energy state, and there are many different kinds of energy states. So our understanding of energy state is basically Earth space. So we're looking for outer space. So the best way to find outer space is to at least know where inner space is. And we did that, but we're still looking for outer space and can't seem to find it. But, it's kind of important. And if important is not important, well, don't worry about it. Nothing's important. What we help us is our basic rules. And because of these plasma states, we understand that they have different energy levels. And these energy levels can increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. And so they have basic rules where the higher energy feeds the lower energy. And so when we add this energy, we call that natural creation. But when we diminish this energy, we call it natural decay. But there's another energy transfer level, and that is catalytic. So it's non-consuming. And our best reference of that is the sun. It comes up every day and it gives all day long. And we have no say in that. The energy transfer rates are higher in the higher plasma states, and also by many orders of magnitude. And this is very significant, and we haven't really touched much on this. because it's part of more advanced teachings. But fundamentally, we have to understand that plasma absorbs fields and plasma is a barrier of fields. And so that's all fine and dandy. But why does plasma sometimes work and sometimes it doesn't work? And that is because plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And this becomes the ultimate lesson. So in the meantime, when we're looking at just the basic lessons, we're looking at what we call the fundamental principle of the twinity. We see that there's a relationship between the electron and the proton. And besides the size difference, we find that the amount of the magnetic fields is transferred to the electron is transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton. And so you have this symbiotic balance, even though that one is much larger than the other. And so this marriage is what we call an atom. It's a proton-electron combination, which we call an atom. And we don't know where it is. We're not saying which dimension it's in, but it is a core component dimension. And so to establish an atom, it has to be gravitational. But if that atom's in motion, like a ray, then it has to be magnetical. And so it clearly points out that there's a difference, even though there doesn't seem to be a difference. And the reason for it is because this motion is a two-way street. First of all, you're coming from a source that is greater, and it creates these two byproducts. Through the nuclear decay of the neutron, one of the byproducts is the PM6 and the other byproduct is the atom. So we said the PM6 are magnetical and the atom is gravitational. And so this becomes part of the ray launch dimension. Where is this dimension? It doesn't really matter. What matters is that you have reference points. In other words, that you have a launch field and a landing field, and that you have the PM6, which are part of ray creation. And so you have the three references of the basic dimension, the x-axis, the y-axis, and where you have ray emission, and then you have the z-axis where you have ray absorption, and this is all done at light speed. So not only did we not say which dimension, we didn't say which light speed. And so when we look at the difference between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum, we find that there's another dimension. This is the covalent bond dimension that is in between these two. It allows us to bridge from the plasmatic spectrum to the physicality spectrum. Is this what we call the reality dimension? We can't see it, we can't touch it, but it is there because the travel from the plasmatic to the physical or the physical to the plasmatic is a two-way street and it's constantly in process. And then with the PM6, they're also constantly in process and they become part of what we call the dilution of the plasma. And we have different charges and different spices. And this difference allows for the over 8 billion combinations of souls on this planet. And understand that each one of our souls has over 70 trillion cells in the body, and each of those cells has a soul. So we can see that the variety and the spice of life is quite spicy. And so this makes for a wonderful planet. It's one of the reasons we are in heaven. And this has always happened because of a basic rule. And that is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And what strength is it? What strength is the higher strength, and what strength is the weaker strength, and how do you know the difference? And which dimension are we talking about? So we just have to know the basic rules of the game, where we're talking about the magnetical force fields of attraction and repulsion, which attraction is gravitational, repulsion is magnetical. But in fact, the magnetical is the feeding. And so it's feeding to something, and it's feeding to the gravitational, and the gravitational has to feed back. It's just like you go to a restaurant and you got to stop feeding at some point in time and pay the waitress, and don't forget to give her a tip. So all of this is part of the creation of the universe, and we look at it with book number 1 in its singularity, and you say, well, how is the universe created? So don't forget, the universe exists from energy, and energy is always in motion. So if it's in motion, it has to go somewhere, and to go somewhere, it has to go to something. And so all things are working in combination. And the problem for us here is we can't decide which dimension are we talking about, and we can't decide which field strength we're talking about either. But what we do know is that there is a magnetical feeding with the PM ticks, and that brings us together to form a basic plasma-gen conversion, which consists of principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matters. And when it comes together in a balanced field, which we call a maggrav, that becomes a non-visible gravitational field. But we take that field and we interact it with an environment, and then take that combination and look at the product. The product is inertia, the field interaction. The interaction between the maggrav condition of one, which is man space, and the maggrav condition of the other, which is earth space, and that becomes the inertia. And so we see that we are part of the process in that regard. And as such now, despite the fact that this picture is so vast, we do have choices. And we have to make these choices as if we're the last man, because we can't turn around and ask for help if there's no one there to help, because we are part of the process. And one of the things that we can do is we can enhance the feeding by turning it on or by turning it off. We can also strengthen these fields by either increasing them or decreasing them. And we can change our position by enhancing or diminishing the energy field strength, which creates a movement. And so we see this example exhibited in the cups of life, and we see 2 cups of life, and inside we've seen something happen inside that inner space. But we're still looking for outer space, and we don't know where that is. And of course, if it's all things in combination, so we know what's inside the cups of life, but where did it come from? What point, that nebulous point, is the source that connects us to this inner space. And so when we review the cup of life, we find that we created magnetical and gravitational fields in there. And we created gas. So we look in the glass bottle. The glass bottle is transparent. But inside the glass bottle, we have water, and the water is transparent. And inside the water, we have the gas. The gas is kind of weight. And so this all becomes part of our biosphere dimension. We created this. We created this in our environment. And this is the feedback that we get. And so another feedback is that there's a hole in the gas. And it's not that it's a hole where it's gone. it hasn't vanished. It is just transparent. We can see from one side of the hole to the other hole. But, you know, what we don't see is the guiding hand behind it. And that hole is only in the middle, and it's not on top, it's not on the bottom, and it's not, you know, it's well centered. And so that is the feedback that is giving. And so we find that the feedback is a feeding byproduct. In other words, something fed to create that hole. And the manifestation of that whole is the feedback. And so what we see is actually the feeding byproduct. And so all of the ganses that we can produce, when we look at the periodic table of elements, we can produce all of them. But in this simple cup of life, we just produce CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, copper GANs, zinc GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs. And that's a pretty busy cup of life. And so we created a second cup, and it too has a magnetical and gravitational field, but it has a difference. And that difference is that it's more physical. And the first cup is very emotional, which affects our mental emotions and also our physical emotions. And then we have the physicality, which affects our brain and our body. And the two work together in combination. They created another field we call the cup of inertia, and it interacts with something, and that of course is the environment. So we have the cup of earth, and it too has a magnetic field and a gravitational field. So when we put these 5 cups together, we find that they all have a magnetic and a gravitational field, and they all have a soul. And the 5 cups collectively have a magnetic field and a gravitational field and a soul. So we didn't specify the dimension, and we didn't specify which soul. Actually, we didn't specify a lot of things, but we happen to be in Earth space, so we understand that it is something that we could do. And as such, what we could do is what's important to us. And so what's important to us is our soul, our cup of soul, our cup of emotion, and our cup of physicality. That's what's important with respect to man space. And so our existence in man space is subject to our existence in Earth space. So we have to take into account the Earth space and the inertia, that is the energy field between the Earth space and our man space. And that is what we depend on for our feeding system. And that feeding system becomes part of that feeding dimension. So we didn't say which dimension, but seeing as we're still on Earth space, we know pretty well that it's the Earth space dimension. But the thing is that there are binding energy paths. In other words, the energy comes in and more comes in. As more comes in, it binds it, and it does this through absorption. The absorption is initiated through the force field of attraction. So this becomes a gravitational energy path. But we can go to a higher energy level. We can elevate this energy level. So from our maggrav condition, we can actually give out and give out more. And what we're giving out is the emission of energy. And we do this through repulsion. And repulsion becomes a part of the magnetical field force. So these two are done simultaneously. So as we're looking at the plasma feeding dimension, this becomes the maggrav feeding dimension, where the energy is coming in and the energy is going out simultaneously. And so we see the stability within the Earth space, and we see the stability within the Sun space. There's not a lot of stability with the man space. The man space has some kind of point within the man space field, and from that point we radiate out. And that radiation, of course, we know is a feeding radiation. And that feeding radiation is representative of our inner space spectrum. So simultaneously, we have a feedback radiance, and that feedback radiance mirrors our inner space spectrum. And so we have two types of manifestation. We have a plasmatic manifestation and a physical manifestation. And so we're just looking at the dynamic plasma boundary of our own manifestation. But obviously, that's a very, very narrow-minded way of looking at things, because it's only looking at ourselves. What we need to look at is the other dimensions, the other dynamic plasmas. And so, as we said, there's also a plasma interaction field, and that becomes a dynamic interaction. So we know that we have a feeding radiance, and we know that we have a feedback radiance. And so the question then becomes is, what are we feeding to, and what is it that's feeding us back? And in our pursuit, what we're really looking for is that reality dimension. Who are we? You know, we seem to know this is me and this is not me, but then we really don't know who is me. And so as we go through these dynamic plasma dimensions, we find that we now can travel. We have the technology to allow us to do this. And the question is, well, which dimension? Which is the reality dimension? Because we're supposed to go everywhere. And how do we know we can do this? Because the PM ticks tell us this. The PM ticks tell us that when forces come together, they create this maggrav condition of the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. But there are two types of activity that go on with respect to man space. And one is the universal feeding through self-enhancement. And on Earth space, we have resorted to the loosh harvesting, which is self-consuming and is detrimental not only to man space, but to Earth space and beyond. Because this is all what we're talking about is instantaneous travel. From that physical launch point to that physical landing point, we have zero time travel. And there are no window seats. There's no time to even blink. How can you really need a window for? And so we go from one dimension to another dimension. Well, which dimension is that? It's instantaneous travel from whichever dimension to whichever dimension. And so for us, the question is, well, which is the reality dimension? Is the reality dimension the launch point? Is the reality dimension the landing point? Or is the reality dimension the travel point? And so we find that we have created boundaries of thought. And these are man-made boundaries of thought. They're not universal made boundaries of thought. And so we create this me-ness and say, this is me and this is my mental weed. And I'm going to give it to you because this is not me. Oh, maybe this one's me. Oh, this other one's, that's not me. And the other one, no, that's not me either. But I'm going to give it to you all. And so we find that we're creating a new reality. So this becomes how reality dimensions are created. And they come from the point within the man space. So why are there limitations and why are there boundaries? Because obviously you cannot contain this. You broadcast all over. The fact that you decide this is not me and this is me, there's no never mind. It really doesn't matter what you think. Because the fact is, as soon as you think, you broadcast. You cannot qualify your thinking in the process of thinking. This becomes an important reality point. You cannot just do good on Sunday. You cannot just do good because you think, well, now's the time to do good. It's like being sincere. You can't fake being sincere. And so, as we're looking for outer space and looking at it from behind the sun, we can see that we have the sun space, and there's the earth space, and then our land space, and our satellites and moon space, and all of these fields are overlapping on the road to Mars space. And Mars space is also there. And so somehow we can travel through all of these different spaces. And not one of them is outer space. We have no proof of outer space. We've been looking at it for 6 weeks now and we can't find it. We have found sun space. We have found planet space, moon space, and even the space in between, we found that. And we know that we found the launch points and the landing points, but where is this outer space? And so all what we've really found is that maybe we've thought a little bit more beyond our little tiny perfect world. And it's still tiny and it's still perfect. The rest of the universe is very vast. And so our position and our awareness is just this near space. And that is a near space. So that means that there's a far space. But where's this outer space? And is there a guiding hand? And when we dream, we have our own dreamscape. And we couldn't find that in outer space either. We just found it in our dreamscape. And we don't really know what position it's in. And then there's areas that are far bigger, other galaxies. And where are they? Are they in outer space? Well, I can see it. And if you can see it, well, it's not in outer space. So the one thing that is common to this whole thing, and it's going to be the common thread, the common denominator, the soul of the man. That's the essential you. That's the you that is interacting between the plasma gen state and the matter gen state. And then, of course, we have the soul of the body. Soul of the body, that's a surrogate you. That's the interaction between the plasma gen and the environment state. And so there's the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And the manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, or non-visible or visible. And so what we're talking about is the plasma feeding, which leads to this manifestation, but we don't know if it's a plasmatic reality or a physical reality. We don't know which reality dimension it is. And then we add the emotion of presence, and we find that the energy and motion of the motion of presence is also at a manifestation point. And we just have to take that into account as well, because isn't that what launches us from the launch field, and isn't that what directs us to the target field? So basically, we've always been looking at the difference between the physicality and the plasmatic reality. We see one as the feeder and the other as the feedback. And we've been dominated by our own viewpoint of being physical. And yet we haven't been able to understand motion. And so we see that the ray motion is actually creation. And so if we're creating on the one side, that creation is a two-way street where you have natural creation and natural decay. That's one side of one street. The other side of the street also has a natural decay and a natural creation. And so that's a two-way street. And then we have that bonding fudge factor in between, isn't it? That's us. That's us, because we don't know. We don't understand the relationships. We use the cups to help us with the relationships. And so we see that what is man space is the soul cup, the emotion cup, and the physical cup in combination with the interaction of the earth cup and the product of that interaction, which is the inertia. We're still trying to find this phantom field. So we find that in one man space, we have two souls, two emotions, and two physicalities. So we found that we had an inner space within an inner space. Still looking for outer space. And we find that the earth space is our space of physicality. And we have the inertia as the interaction between the man space and the earth space. And we have these satellites. And so these satellites operate the same way. It's just that they move. Now that they move, they still have a reference to the Earth space. But let's change this around and say, let's change the dimension. Does it have to be Earth space? So when we look at these satellites on Earth, and we find that we have our physicality, but we find that the product of the physicality is not the source of the physicality. So our physicality is not us. Although we say this is me and this is not me, well, you are the product of what you are. And so what you are is a soul, and you're traveling through the satellite pathways of the satellite souls. And this is how we create the peace stone. And yet we can do this on the Earth space. The double rainbow shows us that this is possible. And so speaking of the Earth, and this is the most important reference that we have, because we are on Earth at this point in time, is that there's a sequencing of the souls. And so what attracted the soul of the man? It was the interaction of the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth. So what attracted the soul of the body? Well, first we had to have the soul of the man, and it interacted with the soul of the earth. Well, how did we manifest physically? Well, we had to have the soul of the body, and it interact with the soul of the earth. And so we just find the common denominator is this soul of the earth. The soul of the earth is a fundamental relationship for our physicality. And so in our pursuit of outer space, we know that there's a soul of the sun and there's a soul of the earth, and then there's a soul of the man. But where is that? And so we found that our physicality is an earth space. So the physicality of the body, the physicality of man space, is part of the physicality of the earth body. And the soul of the body works with the man space body. So therefore, the soul of the earth body has to work with the physicality of the earth body. So these are all soul of the earth relationships. We're not in outer space. So we set up these limitations. And these limitations even affect the nuclear science. As we transcend beyond the limitations of nuclear science, we find that it has to do with the speed of light. And the speed of light is governed by a lot of things. We have to take into account this other thing. We say it's the ethos, which includes morality, compassion, and courage, all part of creation. Life wants to live, so this is what's important. And so when we look at the speed of light, if it's visible, then that's part of physical space. But if it's invisible, it's part of non-tangible space. And so we find that the reason we're able to connect with the rest of the universal community, and we do this on a daily basis in our dreaming, is because the soul of the body is faster than earth light. The soul of the body operates on spirit light. And the soul of the man is faster than spirit light. And what speed is it? And how do we move? And where is this outer space? And so we find that the transcendence to heaven, which actually is earth, is faster than earth light. But it's also faster than Mars light, because earth light and Mars light is at the same speed, and that is the slowest speed. So the slowest speed really becomes what we call materialization. So the materialization or dematerialization is specific to physicality. The manifestation point is specific to the reality dimension. And we haven't identified where this reality dimension is because we're still searching for outer space. And how can you search for outer space when all we keep finding is our materialization, our physicality, and we're ignoring the field strengths of the souls? And where exactly are they operating? And we wonder why we're having this trouble in the pursuit of happiness. Because we failed on the launch pad. Man has never launched a rocket into outer space. We don't even know the rules of outer space. Are the Earth space rules the same as inner space rules or outer space rules? Are they? So we see that we have a peace dome, and this is part of our inner space dome. And it circumnavigates the entire planet. And we connect to it. We connect it in our dreams, and we connect in our wake state. And these fields are overlapping. And the bad news is it causes us responsibility. We cannot abdicate our responsibility anymore, as our world leaders have done enough abdicating of responsibility on our behalf. If we want to bring peace to this planet, we have to understand that the biosphere of peace is our existential crisis now. We have to learn how to harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe. We have different feeding choices. We have to abandon this energy binding at the expense of others. When we double cross one, we double cross the other. And it locks the gates that allow us to transfer. Out of our man space abuse. And yes, it is abuse. We've been abused scientifically, academically, spiritually, and socially. And we had no choices. Because it was obvious from the start that we have a proof of concept from the start. We had a preference and sentimentality. Our preference was to come to Earth. And there was a longing to come to Earth, which is why we were born. And so shouldn't it be automatically assumed that that's the way things work? And somehow, some way, that was all changed around. I mean, not only were we born, but we were born using the outer space system. We weren't born with a rocket. We were born into an inner space without a rocket. And we arrived on this target, Earth space. We did it without a rocket. Obvious. It was obvious. Obvious is obvious. But the question is this only our half part of the trip? Are we still looking to complete the round trip? Or is this the completion of the trip? And now we're looking to do a new trip. So the thing that we know for sure, is that we are inherently peaceful. And it is because of this inherent characteristic that allows us to enter into the universal community. And likewise, it is an inherent characteristic of the universal community. And so if we're looking at why we can't find outer space, is because we have been abusing this inherent characteristic of man space. And so as part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and KFTV all around the world, we talk about where science meets the soul of man, with a caveat for peace. Because that's the universal way. And we know that because as we went into our spaceships and we've seen maybe a reverse dreamscape happen where we had excitable visitors come in. And the question is, wow, which reality dimension did they come from? And are we ready to know that answer? You know, we'd like to know that answer, but like, would we really like to know that answer? We will find out. And this is the excitement that we've generated because we're in the post-June the 6th, 2022 era, where we can now make choices. So the choices that we've been pursuing is to understand our Earth space. And in order to find the outer space, we had to look for inner space. And so we found our inner space. We still haven't found outer space. So let's examine, go back to the beginning, and we find that 1 and 1 is more than 2. Where we have 2 feeding dimensions and 3 feedback dimensions. As observers, we're none of those 3 dimensions. We're in a 4th dimension somewhere. Where is that dimension? It's out there somewhere. 3 dimensions. Some higher energy set of 3 dimensions. And we're none of those dimensions. And we understand the lower dimensions here, the Magrav conditions. We're none of those 3 dimensions either. And there are other dimensions, somewhat higher. And we're none of those dimensions either. In fact, we're none of this. We don't know where this is. Is this in near space or is it in far space? Is it in dream space or some galaxy somewhere? And we say we know where outer space is. We don't know where outer space is. It's not on this page. And we're not part of these dimensions because we're the observers. We are in transition. We are the reality dimension. And the reality is that outer space is not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer. Energy in motion. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, calling all Earth space patriots. There's a World Peace Treaty that needs to be signed. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, sign it with feeling. Understand that the Earth has overlapping fields of life with freedom from boundaries. And these reality dimensions are not affected by whether they're near space or far space, but our earthbound physical and emotional transformation is assisted through understanding how we can do the transmutation from this transparency point to this manifestation point and beyond the nebulous point of the universal inner space of freedom. So that takes care of the near and that takes care of the far. And to operate properly, this is the universal refugium of the nebulous life, the universal community, because they're out there, they're in any of these dimensions, and there are connections. And these are outer space connections. And because they're there, they put a lot of stress on the man-made boundaries of thought. This is why plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. This is the end of the lesson. This is the end of the basic outer space series. So welcome to the outer space age. Thank you all for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Does that mean we've arrived? Or we still need to find our way around? You said this was the end of the teachings. I was thinking, oh no, we're needing more.
No, this is the end of the basic outer space teaching. Have we arrived? What we have arrived at is face to face with the big lie. Unfortunately for us, we have the big truth.
Well, thank you very much indeed for taking us around the universe, so to speak, in less than 60 days, as they used to say, around the world in 60 days. But again, we go back to that example. Mr. Keshe says that the universe exists and operates within the structure of the man. The man exists and operates within the structure of the universe. Are we talking about the same thing? Remember when Mr. Keshe said we're just really a compressed universe in the structure that we're in now? I think he went into that a little bit, or maybe it was a different teaching. But we seem to be carrying the totality with us, but the access point is where we need to make that connection to it.
So yes, you're correct, Mark.
Okay. Well, Mr. Keshe is correct.
Well, you know, Mr. Keshe is correct. He has a big advantage because he has proof of concept. And we don't have that proof of concept. So we have to look at another proof of concept. And, you know, I mean, it's mind-boggling to me, and I hope it's mind-boggling to you, that if you were born on this planet, that there was a ways and means that you got here, and somehow, some way, everything that we're doing in the scientific and spiritual community is contrary to that. It is just unfathomable, hard word to say.
We got you.
Hard to believe that so much effort has been put to so little gain. In fact, it hasn't been gained, it has been retrograde. And yet, well, justifiably, we say the universal community is the, higher intelligence. We all have intelligence, just as we all have skills. But if we don't use it, it's as if we don't have it. And so this becomes the Great Awakening. We start to realize what we have, what our capabilities are, who we are and where we are, which dimension are we in. And if we're going to travel, well, if you say that I'm going to travel from Connecticut to New York, okay, well, that's a travel. But you may say, well, I'm going to travel from Connecticut to Arizona. Well, yeah, that's another travel. Or you could say, I'm going to travel from Connecticut to Mars. So the travel is irrespective of distance. The travel is from a start point to an end point. And you are the go-between. So therefore, you are the navigator. And so this is the part where, the first reflex is, oh no, it gives me responsibility. Well, we have delegated responsibility to those who are irresponsible. We now need to take control back. That's because something has changed. And that has changed because we're in post-June 6th era. Over to you, Mark.
All right, well, everyone has a microphone. I hope you have a question or something you'd like to share with all of us about what's transpired per se in the workshop or in another meeting you were perhaps in, some happenings around the foundation you'd like to share. Alex is open to questions, I do believe.
Hello everyone, this is Galip. I hope you can hear me well.
Clearly.
Hello Mark, and thank you so much Alex for the teaching. I wasn't there for the complete of it. Therefore, I have not really a question directly to you, but I wanted to share a few of my experiences this last week, which during Tuesday and Wednesday during the blueprint days. Is that appropriate?
I think it is. Alex, any?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sure.
For me, I was aware that Nikolai was going in. I was very happy. Again, I think it was in this meeting last week that he was here as well. As many of you probably know, Nikolai was directly the push for me to come into the foundation 2 years ago almost. So that's why I always felt a special connection.
Oh, we didn't know that. I didn't know that anyway.
Okay. Yeah, so he was in an interview and I saw that interview on the internet. So that's how I came in. And it was very fascinating for me. And so on Tuesday, I was ready for it. And on that time I was available. I had made a physical, what I call flight unit egg in when I was in Linz with 2 magraphs, and I was sitting right in between them just to because the idea was that that physical system that I made was the satellite as well, a physical version of it that I just made. And I also wanted to become a satellite myself. I signed up for that, even though I know in a way, since I went in the system, that's also pretty much the gist of it. But so I was really sitting for it. And for me, it was a very beautiful experience. It was so profound, so real, yet of course I was just in the physical place, of course, where I was right before it. But it was very hard to distinguish emotional connections to my state before. I was very, very involved in what was happening in Linz. And I was aware of it. I was aware that me even watching the stream, deciding to participate again, was that they all mount up to something. I was aware of it. And that's at some points, because of just other things that were happening around me in the living room, I had to just close the stream, the digital stream, the sounds, and had to make conscious moves to get out of the participation again, and to get in later when the environment was ready for me to have a more harmonious experience, because there was just happening a few things, and that's okay. No, and yeah, so that's what I want to share. That was on Tuesday, and on Wednesday I was aware that I already knew that I had so many things to do that day, so I chose to let it go completely on the soul level without consciously, or not consciously, without willingly, and yeah, with the thought, with the line of thinking, participating to the event. And that went a lot smoother for me. I was just able to very happily continue my day on Wednesday and spread the joy and the invitation to peace. That was okay, but it did not intervene in my logos, in my thinking process, or in my physical experience lightly, like it did before. So that's just a small thing that I wanted to share with everyone. I thought maybe it's relevant. I am very happy the way it's going. I'm so happy to constantly learn more and come together with all of you guys from time to time in this digital platform, which is also just something of the physicality. And I'm reading a comment now. I have not listened to any other interviews yet, and thank you, Claudia, as well. I give it back to you, Mark, the microphone, and to everyone else, of course, please let know of yourself.
It's delightful to hear that you happened to come across Nikolai's interview, and that interview led you into the foundation. Is that what you said?
Yes, I had heard of the foundation before, but that was a long time before that. Yes.
And that's led you to become our Armstrong, as I understand it. As you were the first one, I think it was, what was it, a day or two before the 6th of June? That you actually traveled in this, what Mr. Keshe is calling this front runner in space travel in the dimension of the soul?
It was on June the 6th.
Okay. I was thinking it was a day or two before, from my memory. But it was on June the 6th.
On this planet, there were still places where it was June the 6th, and in Austria at the moment
Right.
it was June the 7th.
Okay. So wherever we're talking to someone about this technology, or they overhear our conversation, may lead them into exploring, or even they're overhearing our conversation, a seed may have been planted or something. What was it that in that interview, was there something specific, or did you say, wow, this is what forced you or compelled you to go a little further into it?
It was a very nice explanation of all the work that Nikolai was participating in for the foundation. It was around an hour. So there was also a video of Sir Keshe when he was demonstrating for the first time on video the enhancement unit. There was a lady inside. Do you know that video?
Yes, Ella was
Yeah.
sitting in the she's the only one I've seen sitting in the unit. I mean, before.
Yes, yeah. I think I've heard that she's LIS.
Right. I know many people have sat in the unit now, but we don't actually see them sitting in the unit. And maybe, as he said with Dean, they're going to bring in cameras and microphones so we can actually see more. But very, very interesting that that interview touched you to the point of wanting to become part of the foundation. Was that where he showed his star formation and some other experiments he was working on? Or was
I
that
do
something
remember
different?
him talking about the experiments.
Yep.
However, I didn't even watch all of it. Most of the time I listened to, so I don't remember all the things that I saw. But he did show a few things. Like he showed his files. I think he shared his screen. It was also on Zoom. So I do remember there were nice resources in that interview. It was as that's what I saw the video of Mr. Keshe.
Very nice. So we can touch people that we're not even aware we're touching. As we say, we never know when someone may overhear a broadcast in the future or hear something that your fields just communicate to them in a way, as we're trying to do with the world leaders, where we all have different fields, and the combination of those fields will make some matches. Very beautiful, Gallup. Thank you. And even your professors are saying you know more than they do, at least in certain instances. I think you've shared this with us.
Well, I think the learning experience is more than just what we are aware of. So I'm very happy to be part of all the ways that I can learn, and very grateful, especially also now for this group. And I try to balance everything that I can do. I have a few other things still going on. I really enjoyed the messages, and it was very nice to see that you picked up a few, Mark. I've been reading some books about what they call telepathic communication by Russell Targ, for example. He's done some research in Canada, not in Canada, in California.
Yes, he was part of the remote viewing, I think, with one of the alphabet systems, or at Stanford, and that was part of it. Yep, Russell.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's written a very nice piece. It's a book which summarizes all of the developments in this area. And I just with a lot of resources, academic resources as well, to be used in academia, I should say. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how I can further this study, or at least be inspired by this field, inspired by this work among him and many others. Of course, there's other works, to make a system for communication in in this outer space or with this outer space, or how to even frame it. I think this is the most
You
correct
already have
place
it.
to ask it.
We all have it already. These systems and links are just sort of pushing us or elevating us, I think, to the point where we're able to realize it or do something with it that we couldn't do before. So we all already have all of this. He's given us the keys to the Rolls Royce, but we're just children, so we don't know where to put the key in to get the vehicle started. But we're learning slowly, slowly. The same way this group is growing slowly, slowly. I think several people have joined this week. Again, I don't know if they're bots. It seems like more bots are in there than actual people, but I think that gets cleared out. But very beautiful. Thank you for sharing, Galeb.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Thank you indeed.
Anyone else have a question for Alex, perhaps? I know you talked about souls being called from the fields of the universe, Alex. I think,
Yes.
and you mentioned about the sun and interaction with its own fields, and the fields of the environment created the earth. Yeah? I think you mentioned that.
Yes, but we were focusing on our own soul and our own physicality.
Right. Now, didn't Mr. Keshe say in this workshop that even the soul has a soul? The sun just didn't create the earth or create itself out of the fields. It somehow received fields, he said, from the universe to start that process.
Well, of course, it's all a work in progress or a work in process.
But this idea of the soul having a soul, and then that soul is the one connected to the creator. I thought I heard something like that in this workshop. I don't know if anyone else. Yeah.
This particular concept is one of the most difficult, I think, for people to understand, because there's nothing that we've been taught in school that even comes remotely close to this concept. And it is once you start to examine this particular concept and you say, well, if there's two souls, and on what level do they operate on? And then we've seen through the flight simulation. So if they actually went into outer space, then they went in through a totally different reality dimension. So our whole understanding, our whole education is based on a lot of misunderstanding. And so I believe it was on Thursday, Mr. Keshe mentioned the fact that, the universe is multiple millions of light years away. And I think his words were, it's a load of rubbish. And I was so happy to hear him say that, because that's the fact. Because if you use that as a foundation of your knowledge, and then you extend that knowledge and try and make explanations, this is a guaranteed failure. So if it's in the visible light, then it's earth light. And if you're measuring the far reaches of the universe in earth light, well, I guess it's like taking a ruler and trying to measure the distance to the moon. So it'll take you a long time to do that. So we're using the wrong tools. And these wrong tools are based on our lack of understanding. But our lack of understanding is based on our lack of teaching. It's our lack of teaching, because our lack of teaching has to facilitate thought, has to facilitate thought, right? Because you don't have enough time to learn everything. You don't have enough time to go to the library and read every book. You don't have enough time to look at every educational film on, on YouTube. And we know that not enough of us give enough time to the archives of the Keshe Foundation, which is positively brimming with important information. And so once we get this concept that we've never been into outer space, and I look at, I went through my youth and the excitement of going to the moon and all that other jazz, and say, wow, what a big lie, and I fell for it. But of course I fell for it. What other choice did I have? First of all, I trusted those who were deceiving me. And why wouldn't I trust them? They were in positions of so-called authority, so-called academia, so-called knowledge, while so-called, poker playing, really, bluffing to the point where they hope to never get caught. Well, they're caught. They've been caught. And they still playing poker. Well, you know what? I quit playing poker a long time ago. Okay, because you can't bluff, not when you're dealing with the soul level. That's why I say that, you can't fake sincerity, because it comes from the soul. That is a direct transmission from the soul. And so it's the soul which is actually the traveler, the time traveler. So if the time travel is at zero time travel, the soul is the zero time travel. And when you maybe find that to be shocking, you maybe find that to be questionable, but when you start to apply it to the nonsensical answers that we've been getting all along, and you say, well, wait a second, that which didn't make sense, now I understand why it doesn't make sense, based on the wrong foundation. Apply the new foundation, and all the things fall into their proper slots. All the mail goes into the post office boxes. Boom, all in one go. And this is what's going to happen, because once we break these boundaries of thought, and then we find out what the truth is, and we connect this on a soul level. And why is that important? Because the soul level operates on a higher energy field. In the higher energy field, what do we say? The transition of energy is many orders of magnitude higher in higher energy fields. We've been saying that all along. So.
Right, but this idea of the universe existing and operating within the structure of the man, and the man existing and operating within the structure of the universe. So is the outer what we see outer within, and what's within is the outer? I was just thinking about that. I know Mr. Keshe is bringing us slowly along, because as he told the person, I guess it was in Italy or wherever it was, that when they told Mr. Keshe, you have to give us all the knowledge that's in your head, it all belongs to us. And he said, if I was to do that, that person would have brought his own demise or something. They couldn't handle it. So this is one of the reasons we're being brought along slowly, steadily, slowly, but surely into this, because we couldn't handle it probably all at once.
No, we can't. And for those who have been educated or overeducated, this becomes a real shock. You know, because the education, of course, is an extension based from a foundation. So you know, you start with the basic education, you know, the university, and then you go on to the PhD levels. But all of this is based on some building blocks of knowledge. But when those building blocks of knowledge get crumbled or disintegrated, then what happens? I mean, look at what happened to the Nobel Peace Prize this week. It has actually been exposed. It is the, you know, Nobel Peace Joke Prize. It has always been. Only now they can't seem to even make it appear as if it's a real thing. I have more to comment on, but I'm going to refrain.
Do you want to tell us who won the Peace Prize? Was it awarded this week or something?
Oh, some obscure thing that happened like 50 years ago.
I see.
Nothing's happened since. It's, you know, things have been kind of dull around the neighborhood.
I thought you were going to say Putin won the Peace Prize this time.
No, I think there's. Never mind.
He still could, as he becomes
you
elevated. Yeah.
You are baiting me. You are
Yeah.
baiting me, and I will
Okay.
not bite.
Oh, no problem. I'm not trying to. So, if we have the universe within us, now Mr. Keshe is bringing in these vertical systems, which he said is going to make the work we're doing now look like donkey work. I can't even believe that he even said that. It's like going from the donkey to the Rolls Royce. So if these systems that he's bringing in can replicate any position in the universe for us to see what it would be like to be there, and the universe exists and operates within us, wouldn't you agree that eventually we'll be able to replicate the same positions in the universe? Again, I don't know how you replicate a position you haven't been to, but if the universe is within you, then you already, or the soul already understands that position. What fields need to be put together to create that position? Perhaps.
See, and that is such a good point. Okay, because you are assuming of, you know, this is me and this is not me. You can't do that.
Are you back to that again?
Yes, I am, because you don't know where you've been. Okay, and if the travel is instantaneous, then what are the limitations to the travel?
None.
That's right. So it's not distance. It's not far space or near space. It's all together as one space. But what is the missing common denominator here? That's the soul of the man. That's the soul of the man. And the soul of the man is representative of the soul of the universe. And the soul of the universe is representative of the soul of the creator. Now that we've had a chance to actually think about this and see the connection and understand that there is a connection. And that connection, although it's in a plasma reality, can manifest itself into a physical reality at any time. And so this changes the whole ballgame, because we were born a certain way using the current system. And he has said specifically that we have now surpassed even that system. Well, you know, go look at your baby pictures and really, really think about that. Okay, because what we've done here is you explained how you've been there. And now we have a chance to even change that game, wow, this is mind-blowing. But
yes, it would be too much for us to handle all at once. Even at the slow stages he's sharing with us, I haven't even understood the obsolete technology. Never mind.
exactly.
Gee.
But we have to do this now because the peace is the answer not only to the understanding, but the integration with the rest of the universal community. It's our jailbreak. It's our jailbreak. 8 billion people on this planet get set free. Think about that. What's wrong with that picture?
Well, I hope you get a call from your current or next prime minister and thanking you for the work you've been doing and thanking all of us. We just thank all of us. And again, we're not here to be thanked, and we're not looking for a reward or an award or anything like that. We're just learning to serve more. But that's what came to me when we're doing that moments of silence, that the leaders, others, religious leaders, perhaps you may get a call at some point in the future. Hopefully Mr. Keshe gets the first call, but we may also be thanked for our work, but we don't have to be, as long as we bring it. But I was just thinking that's a distinct possibility as this train moves to a different position.
Well, I'm going to throw another possibility out there, and that the call of thanks may just come from off-world.
Very possible as well. In addition to, yeah.
Yeah, because, we're dragging everybody down.
But now we're going to be elevating across the universe others to be carrying this light of the creator. So there are still some needs. I know he said there are planets that the inhabitants are just learning to hunt, where the inhabitants are just discovering fire. So they're probably, this process of creation never stops. So obviously there's probably a few mishaps in that creation that we need to, and so it's so large that there's more than enough work for all of us to support and maintain the universal peace. Would someone else like to come in and share something?
There is only one thing: we need confidence, and we need to believe we create everything, not somebody else or something else. Everything within us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena.
Hello, Mark. Hello, Alex. Hello, everybody. I'd like to speak about a point that we have in our group about a person that have chronic disease, degenerative disease, or cancer. Before I read.
No, you said a degenerative disease or cancer or something along that line. Okay.
Yes, in medical, we see that that the point that the patient becomes better physically, we call candle flame for a few days or weeks, but then the death occurs. We are thinking about it, what the soul of physicality trying to pull as much as energy from the soul of the man as possible, I think, because of fear of death, or wants to do something that he couldn't do before. We are trying to discuss about it, and if we can discuss about it. Thank you.
You mean discuss something about that here?
Yes, why we can get better before the death happened.
Well,
we see this usually in the medical school, and then the patients, they get better, and after the death occur.
I was just thinking of the candle. And when the candle
Yes.
burns down and down and down, and there's only a little bit of the candle left, normally they say the candle gets brighter just before it goes out.
Yes, is exactly. And the physical body is the same.
Well, when you reach the fields that you need to, unless it's an accident, I guess, when you reach the fields of what you needed here, then you transition. As Mr. Keshe said, some children only live one day. That's all they needed to absorb the fields that they needed to move to the next position, as I understand it. Anyone else want to comment on this, that you see people getting better before they are coming more into balance before they make that transition? This is what's being asked. Alex, that should be an easy one for you.
Oh, certainly.
Okay. Great sage.
Yes, I know everything. But we understand that there's a release of tremendous amount of energy when the physicality is terminated. And the source of that energy is the accumulation into the binding of the physicality. So along the way, we have accumulated other problems because we have deficiencies on this planet. So the illness or is part of the recognition of the souls of this deficiency. And the tendency for that deficiency is psychosomatic. And so once the soul becomes in contact with itself, then the soul answers its own questions. And so the psychosomatic requirement of a physical decay is not necessary. In fact, what we have is the soul satisfaction. And then the soul is probably fully completing its journey. And that journey is its journey. Each soul has its own determination and predetermination. So each of us on this panel then really can sit back and question, what is our predetermination? And in many ways, this is a good thing that we don't know that, because if you knew that, on such and such a day, you're going to have an accident, well, what do people do when they say, oh, well, the end of the earth is coming? It's disgusting. They become totally irresponsible, right? Well, if the earth is going to end in next month, then I'm not going to pay the rent this month, and I'm just going to party hard, and that's not what life is about. That is a myopic look at the way of life is on a physical basis, the lowest energy form. So what we're doing is we're drawing energy from the higher fields, and each of these higher fields are higher by at least an order of magnitude. So the transition is then also, and that's where you get this burst, this tremendous burst of energy. One of the things, it just came to my mind You talk about the burning of the candle. Isn't the wick being nano-coated? And isn't that once the candle is burnt down, that the wick is the longest? So you have the highest superconductor at that point in time?
Could be. Could be.
So we do have to understand energy transfer and our relationship to this energy transfer. Okay, so we are part of the reality dimension. We probably are the reality dimension. But within our reality dimension, we have multiple dimensions. And as observers, we're none of those dimensions, you see. This is the irony of the whole thing. We kind of have our own private little dimension.
Okay, would anyone else like to help Claudia understand more? Maybe Claudia, you can restate the question for us, so we can maybe get a different aspect of what you're trying to get answered here.
Yeah, I understood you only a little bit. Alex, you speak so fast. It's only what we are talking about, why the soul of the physicality have this fear. I don't know. I was thinking this relation, the energy, the
Fluctuation of the energy?
Yes, yes, exactly. And then Mr. Keshe said always that the soul of the man takes only the energy that she needs. But why the soul of physicality get better? Why is this the energy? Is the environment?
The soul does not allow that condition to exist anymore. I remember Mr. Keshe saying something about this. But even the best knowledge seekers, he said, will get sometimes do get cancers and things. So I don't understand it completely.
But we get the energy from the environment, 8%, he explained it. But the people, this patient is with this disease. He has all the metabolic always I don't know in English. Sorry, Mark, today is not so good.
Can anyone translate for Claudia so we can get a clearer understanding? Anyone here that Jefferson, are you here? Can we help her to get her point to us? Okay, maybe not.
Hello, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Jefferson.
Oh, thank you, Jefferson.
Hello, maybe it can help.
Hoje o negócio tá travado aqui. Eu tô perguntando para ele, como o paciente ele tá totalmente desnutrido, totalmente com alteração metabólica, da onde está vindo essa energia antes da morte? Seria só do ambiente?
Ah, ok, entendi. Eu acho que eles já entenderam isso também, Cláudio.
Mas como ele conseguiria isso?
Ok, vou traduzir aqui, eu tentar traduzir.
Okay.
Mark, the thing is that some patients, they are so bad, so low energy in a point of life, and all of a sudden they received a strong energy from maybe from the environment. So as I think you all understood already, they just get bright, good shape, and after all, they just lose the strength, they pass away. And I think Alex had read answer this, but he is wondering where this energy, this transition energy comes from, if it's the environment or
It's only
somewhere.
from the environment. It's
No,
Yeah.
it's not any longer from the environment. It's from the individual. You see what happens is there's an enormous amount of energy that is consumed in the binding. And once that physicality is released, then you no longer need that energy. And so the release of energy, it becomes like, well, it's the same thing like having a sugar rush. You know, you're having a sweet pastry. It gives you this rush of energy because you're not using it physically. And so the soul takes it all. And you see, there's also reward. There's a reward for the soul because now the soul has achieved what it wants to do, and that is to be free. But this freedom exit is of a higher dimension, higher energy state. And so everything operates at a much more elevated basis. And so all you're looking at is that glimmer between the physicality and the higher energy state. But that glimmer is really the flashpoint to launch, if you will, into the next dimension. Thanks,
And
Jefferson.
Yeah, haven't we heard that from Mr. Keshe? The person doesn't die of cancer, but they die of lack of energy, where the cancer has taken the energy from the person. There is a definite struggle going on for sure. But it's the loss of energy that causes the demise, not so much the cancer, even though obviously it's a factor in it, it seems. Again, I'm not a medical doctor. I don't know these things. But we've heard Mr. Keshe say that you don't die of the cancer, you die of the loss of energy.
yes. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jefferson.
Did Mr. Keshe also say at the moment that that soul left the physical body, it released 18 times the energy of the bombs used in World War II in Japan?
Yes. I guess the physicality gives up its energy to the soul. Is that correct, your understanding? That's how much energy each body has in it. And again, he talked about, I don't know where I read this. It could have been, I'm not sure. But he said we shrunk the sun down into 2 or 3 microns, which is what, a thousandth of an inch, Alex, a micron, a millionth?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And this is the soul of the man. So we've taken the sun, shrunk it down, and put those 3 microns or 4 microns as the soul of the man in the body. I mean, there's so much knowledge to know here. Even he was going on saying, you know, that the soul didn't create the body, but the soul was given that physicality to operate in. I mean, there's just so many understandings and misunderstandings that I think there's still a few chapters to open up. Wouldn't you agree, Alex?
Oh my God! Well, we're going to open up a new chapter next week. The intermediate classes of the basic series, but
does it cost any more?
Yes, it'd be
It
extra.
does, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the double nothing. Anyway, the thing is that oh, you derailed that train.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, it was a very important point. Let's
It'll come back. It'll come back to you.
Okay, let me just
No,
mull that
no.
over again because it's an important point I want to make.
Mhm. Anyone else have something they'd like to share? Would you like to share the story you shared earlier with us about before you came to the foundation, before your husband came to the foundation? Was sharing earlier, perhaps I can repeat the story. He must have been a younger man because she said he was polishing the hubcaps on the car. Are you with us? And in that polishing, and most hubcaps are chrome or, reflection, he saw a face of someone who they hadn't been in touch with for a long time. And come to find out, he saw the face in the hubcap, apparently. When he went into the house, that person had called. Right as soon as he got into the house, the phone was ringing, and it was that person who he saw in the hubcap that was on the car. And the person calling said she was just worried about her grandmother and wanted like a welfare check or wondering if they had heard. So you could see that person's emotion that was worried about the grandmother. Even though none of them were in the foundation, none of them understood, but her emotion apparently was so strong that she connected to and her husband, or Erm's husband, because they had a common friend with the grandmother. And she just called at that right after he went into the house, I guess, to ask if she was okay or could you check on her. So that's, as Mr. Keshe said, don't count it as coincidences anymore. When you think of a person or something else happens and they contact you, it's happened to all of us. Sometimes you'll think about a person and the phone will ring and you say, I was just thinking about you. So these are the energies, I think, or the emotions that we can communicate on the soul level. That was a beautiful story, simple, but yet beautiful. And that was before they knew anything about the plasma technology. So this is going on regardless of whether we want to acknowledge it or not acknowledging. As Mr. Keshe said, we're doing it. We're already doing it. We're just not aware of it. Or it's us who denied that we're doing it or continue to deny. No, that's not real. That was just a coincidence. It just happened. I know I've given people things and I ask for response, and sometimes they'll say, well, I was getting better anyway. I was already better, it didn't have anything to do with what you gave me. So I don't know if they can't confirm, or confirming means, I don't know. But sometimes people like to say, it was going to happen anyway that way. It had nothing to do with the technology. So I say, okay.
Mark, the train's back on track.
Good. I knew it would be.
See, the thing about the advanced technology is you can't dictate the terms. If you look back in history and imagine, for instance, that you're Tesla and, it's in the 1890s and you invent a cell phone. We say, oh, we're not going to have these cell phones until the 1980s. Who is dictating here? So, once you make a discovery, it's a discovery. It's not like Christopher Columbus where, there's a million people ahead of you, and you made a discovery. Yeah, you made a discovery for yourself. No, we're looking at the new plasma technology and we've made discoveries. There's no limitation on the discovery. You say, oh, well, I just, I just discovered how to make a milkshake. Okay, well, that's great. And now what you need is, well, I need a straw. That's not the way it's done. It doesn't go step by step like that. Necessity is the mother of invention, and I get it. But, you know, we had rolling cars going back to the early 1900s, but we still have rolling cars. And they're
Right.
all different. There are technologies in place that we've used to improve things in. You know, there's no way that you would come with today's modern transmission without the experience of all those years of having cars, right? You're not going to come out with a transmission and say, "Oh, well, I have a transmission. What am I going to do with it?" Well, why don't you find four wheels and a steering wheel, and see if you can get it to move? Well, we're at that point now where we have the capability of energy exchange, the capability of motion, and that capability includes us. And you know that this has changed the whole rules of the game. And why June the 6th was important was because at some point in time, those who were responsible were given the opportunity to step up and fulfill their responsibility. And, you know, as per usual, the disappointment sets in. Well, we're not disappointing ourselves any longer. We're in the post June the 6th era, and we're making our own advances. And the thing is that we make one advance, next thing you know, there's 5 advances. It's like popcorn. All of a sudden, each of these advances keep coming along. And, you know, which one do you pick up? So then we get a chance to prioritize. But, you know, there are many, many aces up the sleeve. And they say, well, there's only 4 aces in the deck. Well, guess what? We're not dealing with one deck. So we are on the right path. You want to know proof of concept? Think about it for a change. Think about it. Imagine if they succeed in bringing down the Keshe Foundation, what a black earth this would certainly be. Well, it isn't. This is heaven. Our responsibility is to bring it forward. And the collective soul of this planet demands it. We're part of it, and we have the technology to do it. So it's now a matter of applying what we know.
Yes, and so many of these technologies, as you indicated, were delayed, like the electric car Tesla was driving around in Manhattan, you know, what, 100 years ago or more? And the steam engine could do the work of so many men was delayed another 100 years or whatever it is. But I don't think this technology is going to be delayed that way, even though they have been dragging it, as we heard. And yes, there are some things. Mr. Keshe said he'll address it at the time. But yes, they're working harder than the Belgians worked too, because this is opening up the freedom of the man, and they don't want to allow that loss of control. I think that's a biggest part of it. We'll be able to move around this planet, this whole idea of the passports and everything else. But yes, we're going to
There is
see it.
one thing
We're
that
seeing it.
there is one thing that, you know, we have to remember, that the capability is there, where we see the soldiers on the field drop their guns because they don't know what they're carrying them for. This is going to happen. This has to happen.
Now, I think Randy put something in the chat. During the early years of automotive age, from about 1896 to 1930, as many as 1,800 different car manufacturers functioned in the US, while innovators in Europe had been working on battery-powered vehicles since the 1830s. The first successful electric car in the US made its debut in 1890, thanks to a chemist from Iowa. His sixth passenger was basically an electrified wagon that hit a top speed of 14 miles per hour. By 1990, electric cars were so popular that New York City had a fleet of electric taxis, and electric cars accounted for a third of all vehicles on the road. I never knew that. People liked them because in many ways, early electric cars outperformed their gas competitors. Electric cars didn't have the smell, noise, or vibration found in steam or gasoline cars. They were easier to operate, lacked a manual crank to start, and didn't require the same difficult to change gear systems as gas cars. But again, as Mr. Keshe said, the folly of this electric cars are they're still being powered by gas, natural gas, generated electricity, and oil and coal. So have we moved in any new position? We're powering with the same gas, coal, oil, some nuclear, but there's not much. We were supposed to have 2,000 plants. We only have 100 in the United States or less. But that's the folly at its current stage, that we're using the same energies, gas, coal, that we're trying to get away from, supposedly, to charge the car. So are we doing anything? Really? Hopefully with the new generators, which he said we don't even understand them, we will see a change. As he indicated, you can put one of these on your car and you don't have to worry if you have the money to pay for the gas. You can just drive, as it's a continual process of production of that gas. But no, the electric cars are being pushed and promoted, but yet the energy comes from the same as the gasoline in so many ways. And of course, you don't fill up an electric car in 5 minutes like you would with a tank car. It takes quite a bit more time. So we haven't really made any progress in that area, as I see it, up to this point. Now, maybe when you pull in some solar panels or something like that. I know Gianni had talked about a solar car he was going to show, but he hasn't shown that yet, where I guess they retrofitted some panels on a car, and they can also power the residents wherever they drive up to, as I understand it. So maybe we'll see that in the future.
Can I say something?
Anyone can, yes. We encourage people to open their mics.
I'm thinking, what are we want for the future? Is like a mega city, a flying car, those kinds of stuff, or like a Buddha who disappear from one side of the river and then appear in the other side of the river. Which future we want?
Right.
That is the question.
Will you even need a car?
Yes, that is the question.
Well, maybe if you're going to go to the grocery store and pick up 10 bags of groceries, but I guess if you're going to the store on the dimension of the transmutation, yeah, maybe once in a while you might pick up some physical food or 10 bags of groceries. I don't think that'll be that often because you'll be understanding how to feed yourself plasmatically.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right. We won't need the airplane. We won't need the train. Even Mr. Keshe talked about delivering things from point of manufacture to point of the end user. So there'll be some transmutations going on with many things, I guess. If you needed a new chair, then you don't have to go to the store. You probably can order it online, and then that chair would be transmuted to your location. Again, probably have to give GPS coordinates and so on, elevation and so on, but for the most part, that looks the way it could happen. Again, I say could.
Mark, I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for allowing me to present today. And I hope you enjoyed the trip. And I'm looking forward to carrying on with the next series next week. So I just want to withdraw at this point. Thank everybody for making this such a special event. And withdraw in the background.
Thank you. As long as you keep the cost the same, we're very pleased, Alex.
I will talk to the
Hold the
cashier.
line on that.
Hold the line. Yeah. None of this 1,000% inflation.
Right, and even what Gallup was talking about, this Russell fella Targ, I think he's charging, I believe. You can take one of his classes to start learning, or different classes to learn the remote viewing, and again, not sharing without someone paying for it. And this is what we're learning, I think, from the Keshe Foundation, that this knowledge does not belong to us, but we can share this knowledge. Go ahead. Is someone wanting to say something? Yes, Claudia.
Hello, Mark. Before we go, Alex, can I ask something or discuss about? Is another subject is about the potential difference between the structures of our body as well as the planet in relation to the sun and the center of the earth. We studied 1 week ago about the inner ear and the liquid inside the cochlea, and there are 2 types of liquid inside of our inner ear with potential difference between them, as well as in all structures in our body, like the chest and the intestine. So liquid is always involved. And we are thinking, how can we transfer this knowledge about the transmutation? We can use the liquid of our body to do this difference density. I don't know. It's only a knowledge that we have, and I want to say for all of you and discuss about it. Thank you.
So you know which way is up, right? You don't sit on the ceiling. And so in space, you don't know which way is up because you don't have a reference point. But on Earth, you have a reference point to the ground. So the interaction of this fluid is what is giving you, shall we say, the GPS coordinate. But I'm going to give you another problem. You know, a fish in the water, maybe the water is so deep it can't see the bottom, and maybe it's, you know, swimming so deeply it can't see the top either. How does the fish know which way is up? So we know physically that the fish has a lateral line. That's that line on the side of the body. And what it does is it gives a magnetical response. So there's definitely a gradient between the magnetical and the gravitational field force of the environment. So the interaction of this fluid is interacting with the magnetical gravitational field force and making a determination. It makes a determination which way is up. Now this information then is transferred physically. And so in the case of the fish, it navigates with its fins to maintain its position, we navigate with our toes to keep us balanced. And so the response mechanism comes from the ears right down to the toes. And this is discussed in great detail in the health teachings that Mr. Keshe also referenced again with Kostova there, Dr. Kostova. And he went systematically through the different organs of the body. But the thing about it is that the magnetical gravitational relationship comes into play each and every time, and not just individually. In other words, the fluid in the ear cannot operate properly without the toes. They go together, and they're in different dimensions. The toes are very much physical, whereas the fluid in the ears is of a plasma nature, but they work together. And so this is how we exist in the environment, the physical environment. But we're not using the physical environment to exist, we're using the plasma to exist. And then what we're doing in the environment is a manifestation physically of the plasmatic manifestation. Well, this is what we have to understand from a health standpoint. The plasma feeds the physicality. But does the physicality take the message properly? I'm just going to leave it at that point right there. How's that? Are you better?
Okay.
Yes.
Did
I speak slow enough?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
It's only I thought because we are we have a universe inside of us. So I am trying to do a relation with the knowledge and what you have inside. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Well, have you gone through the health teachings?
Yes, we are studying teaching for teaching. So we have inner ear and cochlea and thalamus.
No. I'm talking about the Keshe Foundation health teachings.
It is closed since December 2021. It's not allowed anybody to see the private teaching, health teaching. So Mr. Keshe said we'll start again, but he didn't say the date for me. So we are waiting.
I wasn't aware of that. But so anyway, what we have to do then is apply the knowledge that we have, the understanding how the energy is transferred, and understand the difference between our physicality and our plasma reality.
Mm-hmm.
And understand that our soul is the navigator of those fields.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have those basics in place, then from there you can build use those as the foundation of your knowledge, and then you can build from there. And so this is why we call it the knowing by connection. Once you understand the rules of the game, then you can connect everything else. And so you end up answering your own questions in the process. And then you make the discoveries and you say, well, why am I having this problem? And what is the source of that problem? So you learn to figure out the relationship. Which part is physical, which part is plasmatic, and is there a direct relationship, cause and effect? And then you find, yes, there is. But the thing is It's the soul that dictates, and the soul will always be truthful. So is there a breakdown in that communication? And I submit that there is in the vast majority of cases. So we're looking to bridge that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Claudia. Anyone else want to bring anything else? Usually we have a few talkative people here. And we thank you all for your participation, whether you're remain silent, because there is a silent line of communication, as Mr. Keshe has indicated. Not everyone is a talker, and you don't have to talk. Go ahead, Jefferson, please.
Oh, hello, Mark. Now, I'd like to bring one point. Hello, everyone. And thank you, Alex, for the teaching. It's so many informations. And what I'd like to bring is that I think was the last plasma reactor group, or one of this point, our friend Jalal just came in the meeting, and he was talking, teaching and explaining many things for us as usual. And he brought to watch the Knowledge Seeker Workshop 144th. That would be very important. Thank you, Jalal. And I just was watching it. It's amazing. I think it's first 1 hour and 30 minutes where Mr. Keshe explains the strength of the CH3 reactor working with amino acids and CO2 to create 3 different hydrogen strength, just like hydrogen plasmatic, deuterium, and tritium. And the interaction between them that creates the universal center line of mass. Just to say something very simply, but the importance of that teaching from Mr. Keshe cannot be emphasized, because it matches as well with the teaching from Alex today, from the outer and the inner space, what is inside us and what is the connection, the common denominator, as an initial fundamental plasma or the neutron, that's within the hydrogen of CH3 that we all have. And it's amazing, the connection that with teaching of Alex today can be done and understood well, at least for me, in this context. And we, in the beginning, we saw the picture that Dean took inside the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute in the last blueprint, where there were the bottles, the gas bottles on the table, where we had the hydrogen bottle, deuterium bottle, tritium bottle, a bottle, and in the middle, probably CH2 with amino acid as well. So I said, oh, what a beautiful, because that came one step forward in this. I think Mr. Keshe is always teaching us or give us views and points, very important in any detail. So I'd like to share with all that it's so wonderful, this teaching, and how easy it is to just to interacting with the fields of CH3, with the CO2 and amino acids, as well as brought that inside us, just to get it cut in our kidneys. In the layers of the kidneys, we can produce as well the same field of the hydrogen, the 3 hydrogens. So we can maybe increase the energy of this connection throughout our body, the physicality, because we have at least 30% is physical matter state in this level. So the way that we can spark some fields or ignite or excite the fields of our inner world and the inner soul throughout all these CH3 fields, or inside us,
Professor?
try to find. Yes, that's it. I just going. Okay, that's the point.
Hi everyone.
Hello, Jalal.
Did you watch the 4/11 2015 AM BM sessions?
4/11. Let me check it here.
The
From
additional
2015.
the additional blueprint.
No, I didn't take you. Where it is, Jalal? Say again. There, you take note here. Listen, everything, Jalal.
I think he said April 11th, AM and PM, 2015, in the private archives.
4/11.
That's April.
Not April.
November. 4th of November.
Oh, 11/4, November 4th. I thought you were saying, okay, correct.
AM,
Here in Sweden, we mentioned the date before the
right.
No,
month.
I saw that. I saw it as well, Jalal. Yes, AM. I saw AM, November 4th, 2015. Yeah.
And did you saw BM?
Amazing. No, in fact, no, Jalal. Only the AM.
In fact, if you go there and you understand it, and that means all of you guys, I don't think you need anyone to teach you anything anymore. Even you, Claudia.
Okay, I will see you, Jalal. I didn't see this yet.
Man will be listening to these teachings for thousands of years. I think he said hundreds, but it would take us quite a while just to understand them. But maybe things are about to change where he said we would be able to read and understand the patents and also replicate. For most of humanity, we'll be able to replicate some of this technology. And for those who can't, this is the reason we have the factories and the manufacturing. But he indicated most, because at this point, I think most don't fully understand. Okay, thank you, Jalal, for coming in. I was going to ask you what it feels like to be hugged by Mr. Keshe on the soul level.
And I hear you guys, but there is one thing really I would like to mention here. This high level strength of the field of the soul, the body and the emotion of the man, in his strength, it's not noticeable. You cannot notice it. The free plasma, guys, you don't see, you don't touch, you don't feel, you don't do anything with it. You need to believe in it. Believe in it by making the magnets, which by this magnet you receive the interaction with. So when he mentioned that, I told you what happened with the coldness of the body. That's all. That's all. But in my level, in which level? A body and emotion which is connected to the physicality. No more, no less. Unless your emotion is high enough to reach the level of the soul, yes, then you will in a way not control it, but control the outcome of it. You demand what you want to take from it. So the pre-plasma, you do not really, you do not touch, you do not see, you do not hear, you do not feel, you do not breathe it, you do not smell it, because it is above the matter state. This is the point. It's not there, but we are working in a physical world with emotion which is connected to the physicality. Our emotion is not connected to the soul level, although it is connected, but we choose to go in a lower level, reaching the physicality, because this is the filter we notice what's happening. That's all.
Thank you, Jalal, for sharing with us. I'm going to play a question that it was part of what Dean was asking, and Mr. Keshe went into something about the children of Moses, the tribe of Moses, brought a lot of devastation on this planet. And we know Mr. Keshe is on his mother's side from the tribe of Moses. But now he's saying this tribe, these children, are actually protecting the Keshe Foundation. And he said they've put everything on the line. And the soul of Moses is now repairing or redoing some of the things that went wrong. And so you'll hear Mr. Keshe speak of this. Is there anyone else who'd like to bring anything else? Then we'll play anew tomorrow, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. So that's a phenomenal change in the behavior. And I know Mr. Keshe said it, it was due to greed, but things are being worked out. The soul of Moses is now rectifying the things that have gone wrong in the past. So it's just unbelievable the changes we're going to see, about to see, and experiencing more changes. Anyone have anything else before we conclude? I want to thank you all for attending today. Of course, every Tuesday we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. That's usually at 4 p.m. CEST on the Public Keshe Foundation channel. Also have a Dutch meeting on that day as well, which I think the date was, it used to be Thursday. So if you'd like to join the Dutch knowledge seekers, that is also available to you. We know we also on Tuesday have the TV Galactica with Marie, Raphael, and Rosanna, which you can tune into that. Wednesdays, I think everybody should mark this on their calendar, another invitation to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group with Rick, who Mr. Keshe said this public testing zone in Linz is going to be, or the reactor group has become part of this testing zone. Now, I don't know if that means Mr. Keshe will come in every week, but hopefully at 7 a.m. on Wednesday, CEST, you can join the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. Any other people here from around the world who would like to announce anything? On Wednesday, we also have the public and Spanish teaching as well, and many other public. If there's anyone here who would like to state when they're public teaching, Joseph, is there anything you'd like to share, or anyone else from the German community, perhaps? I think goes to that as well. So there's many, many public teachings which you can find, I guess, on the public platforms in Facebook or in other places there. So Thursday, and this Thursday, we may have an abbreviated workshop. I am not sure. I thought Mr. Keshe said we may go into a shorter session. So Thursday is the Knowledge Seekers Workshop at 9 a.m. CEST. Every Wednesday, if you'd like to join the Brazilian team, they have at 6 p.m., I believe they have the soul elevation of the people in Linz, the world leaders, religious leaders, and so on, as well as they have daily intentions. And I think, Jefferson, you said that was at 2 a.m. CEST. Of course, Friday, we have the Brazil meeting. And so there's many, many things for you to get involved with in and around the Keshe Foundation. As I've said in the past, it's the best place to be, in and around the Keshe Foundation. And of course, if you're not a knowledge seeker, maybe that would be too much, but I think we're all knowledge seekers in a way. And we just are all growing into it at different speeds, at different understandings. And no one's right or no one's wrong, Mr. Keshe said, and no one's 100% right. I think we've got a lot to learn, especially when we hear there's dimensions above the level of the creator. So it's an immense knowledge, but our soul does understand quite a bit of it. So let me play this beautiful piece where Mr. Keshe acknowledges, again, the tribe of Moses for supporting and protecting the Keshe Foundation. Then we'll play the new tomorrow. Final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else that would like to come in or say something you wanted to say but didn't have a chance to? Very well. Thank you all, knowledge seekers, universal community, and the rest for joining us today. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for sharing the knowledge of the universe with all of us.
They are. Depends how you look at it and how you understand it. I was explaining this very recently in a different dimension. The tribe of Moses created mayhem for mankind through the dimension of its, what I call, greed. But the same tribe of Moses, being matured, has become the protectors of the foundation. One day I explained. Those who came.
That's intriguing, Mr. Keshe, what you've just said there.
Very intriguing. Very intriguing. They are explained. The mayhem which came with us at the time of Moses and in past centuries now has become the guardian and protectors of the new change. In a way, as I say, the soul of Moses is putting back right what he did wrong. One day, knowledge seekers will understand. No one has protected and wrought and supported and what I call even wrought the Slavic world around the Keshe Foundation than the children of Moses in the past, recent past. In a way, putting the wrongs of the past right, even through the world of Islam. There are things we can't disclose, but long term, as you know, we open the books always. What you will see, I keep on telling you, is about to come, and the changes will be so big. It's thanks to the blood of Moses and his children. And change they bring in the Islamic and the Christian world with them. What they did wrong, they are putting right. This putting right will change a lot of things for a lot of you. And soon you'll understand. And that's why both bloods were chosen to have the outcome. Very, very soon than you think, you'll become aware of it.
I'm looking forward to in this moment, Mr. Keshe, the moment when all the souls really realize, regardless of the soul, of the physicality of the person, when the children of humanity really understand that what has been brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
We shall see it coming time.
I'll let someone else have a go now. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. We don't. In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of.
Try this 90-second trick to instantly reduce your winter energy.
All right, there was some misfunction within the system here. I'm not sure why that stopped playing. And if I can find it again, we will replay it. It's just going to take me a moment to find that if I can. Here we go. Now we'll probably, okay. I thought we were going to have to go through a commercial again, but we're not. Let's just bring that over here. We'll stop it and we'll start it again. This is such a beautiful video, and it really shows the project that the creator has been working on, and it's taken him a long time. And it's really a gift to all of us. Let's try again.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never had the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle, and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul. We can, with it, go from the soul of the creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal. And the soul does not need to be encaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature, without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the field of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of my listeners, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.